There it
I
is.
Thank you.
I know the mission I sent Sword on was to try and infiltrate the like the group that did the whole Golden Dragon thing, the ones who worship the Dark Six, and with the Baron.
Right. Sword to infiltrate, to go off and see if they could find and infiltrate the sort of extremists along there of Fairhaven and see if they can learn anything more. What about you, Lois? Did I miss? Or sorry, Ron, go ahead.
Rowan is still 2 or 3 weeks before where you guys are,
Yep.
but she had ended by sending uh, Mr. Shadow to Feather Beneath to arrange a meeting at the library where she'd already set up like a private room because she was going to be doing some studying, and then to meet her at Killian Estate where she's working on making stuff.
Got it. So you're at Killian Estate with Mr. Shadow, arranging a meeting with Sentinel Marshal Feather.
Well, that should have already been done at that
That
point.
should have already been done. We're
Yeah,
gonna we're gonna rewind the clocks for you for sure. Just want to make sure we were getting everything.
cool. Thank you.
Cool, 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 cool. Okay. All right. I believe Lois, you also did retrieve your genealogy, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Sweet. So, also you consulted as a last note. I believe you did consult sort of your to-do list as far as becoming a proper Dragon Marked house goes, and some conversation was required to speak to the Baroness regarding, um, you know, uh, certain steps that might be require elongated discussion with the Baroness. So she awaits your time to discuss said things. And that it yeah, like
While all that's happening, I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I'm so sorry. I'll be right back.
no, you're good. No, take your time. You're all good. We need to deal with Rowan anyway. So fantastic. Rewinding the clocks, Rowan. You much like everybody else have yes.
Letters, rumors.
Letters and rumors.
I'm
Yes,
so
thank you
sorry.
very
I'm not trying to
much.
be
No,
difficult.
no. It's no, not difficult at all. It's an important part of the game. It's been a minute. Thank you for reminding me. Um, okay, let me see here. Information mechanics. What we got here? So there is a very important rumor going around. Lois would have been in Sharn during those 2 weeks. I admit you guys are due for a Korenberg Chronicle, but I think it's almost better that I've waited so long because certain information has come up. Um, Lois, you have, I mean, heard tons of rumors around Sharn. More than could be counted, but what's most important is that a bombing went off in Terminus Station and claimed the lives of more than a dozen people, including a child. And the rumor is that the Boromar clan was behind that rumor, or behind that bombing. So that is one rumor going around that could be scandalized if you wished to, Lois specifically. Right, I will start organizing those rumors, but take your minute if you need it. So, yeah, technically a Brailish rumor, but that's fine. Sharn is its own country, kind of. Um, what else? What else is going on around Sharn? Oh, there's a really great rumor going around Sharn. The local Syrian refugee population uh, has been really interested in a local nightclub that has opened above the terminus stations as well. A lot of energy going into terminus station lately. This crazy new bar seems to be the source of many intrigues and Syrian angled delights that has sort of brought a little spark to the refugees.
Uh, I don't necessarily want to place emphasis on that, but I do want to bring that information specifically back to Cross,
Understood.
because that is something that travels inside of that same new Siri uh space, that there may be some leverage to be had.
Good. So you will also be privy to these rumors, Cross, by way of Lois. You won't be able to influence them specifically because Lois would have had to told you what you got back, but you are knowledgeable of them.
Can you like put
Yeah.
those rumors like in the, I don't know what's called, the journal, just so I can.
Yes, I'm working on them right now.
Nice.
Okay. Now, we'll say that's good for Sharn. You, Lois, have the sole power to scandalize anything there if you wish to. Now, back in on Dare. Let's see. I'm going to go look at what's floating around. I promise I'm working on them. Cross, I just want to get through the phase, and then I will, at the very least, I will display them to you guys while I'm still working on them, just for fairness sake. And I will put a little more detail in a minute. Okay, back in on there. Let's see what. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's see what rumors are still flying around. Okay. That rumor probably. Oh, those are all the dead rumors. Okay. It's been a minute. I'm going to say the rumor about discontent in Fairhaven directed at the Dragonmark house. Let's see here specifically. Due to Zorlon Decanus' lack of presence in Fairhaven, I'm going to say the scandal surrounding him to do with social discontent is indeed going to sort of fade at this point. People seem to be a little less disinterested in that. The rumor about unrequited love. We haven't seen Ludwig at court in a while, nor Lady Moretti, so that one will go as well. I think the rumor about Moretti will continue to endure. She's had a couple of clients that will continue to enforce that. The rumor about you, Cross, remains popular ambassador to the court. That one still seems to be deeply in circulation. You are an interesting figure who's kind of popped up as a courtier recently. And are there any more rumors? That information's all confidential. Okay. Yeah, I got one for you. There is a rumor going on that Sentinel Marshal Feather has made a breakthrough in his case. That is all. Just the rumor. Scandalize anything, or because I will probably leave her there for now. I'm gonna probably leave it there for now. So, is there anything here that requires scandalizing or burning?
I don't think so. One of the ones in Sharn, while they're interesting, they're far enough removed that Lois really doesn't feel the need to gin mill either of those.
Yeah. Starting to think I'd be making you a little, I don't know, predictable, perhaps, if you were. Cool. So that's that. As far as reputation goes, I don't think any of you really attended events last session. You haven't really been seen in the public eye at all. You kind of just been doing your thing. So let me take a look here. Let's see what the reputation is going to happen here. I'm going to go one by one. Best way to do it. Go away, nations. We don't want all of you. We want House Leora. So we'll start Rowan, you weren't here last time, so in fairness, I'm going to leave your reputation alone. Ludwig. I will give you a reputation point. Well, you were in Karnath. Ooh, this is where things get tricky. I think I've got to put like where your reputation is based in right now, because you've come to Fairhaven and just kind of laid low. So
I just kind of got back to Fairhaven.
So I'm going to say that where this pertains to. So maybe going forward, I'll say that your reputation resets if you gain reputation in a new place, basically. If you spend too much time away, that reputation will die out. So your Karnath reputation, I will put to 2 because you have met with a very prominent marriage broker and are beginning to, through rumor, allude to the idea that you will be attending the season, which puts your name a little in circulation up there. So I will give you a reputation point. Cross. Oh, such a dark picture. Last session, you kind of just minded your business, if I'm not mistaken, right? You just kind of minded your business. So I will dock your reputation because you kind of have been out of the public eye. You're this famous or growing in fame with the queen and with the prince consort. People want to see you, and your presence your absence these past couple of weeks has been noted.
Carousing's so expensive.
It is very expensive. It is very expensive. Lois? I'm gonna say I'm just gonna leave you. You know what? I'm gonna give you a point, and this will be an Ondarian based reputation, because you disappeared to Sharn, and then 2 weeks later you arrived with your barrister certification, which is it was very impressive. Is objectively impressive. So I'm going to give you a reputation. Nobody gives a shit about the Satyr, the Satyr family. Nobody gives a shit. And that will be everybody. So that's our reputation. Those are our rumors. Are there any letters circulating around? Letters are a little awkward right now because you guys are on the move so intensely. And you did technically receive a letter last week, which was from the marriage broker by way of Ludwig. So we will rewind the clocks back to you now, Rowan. So we got 2 weeks. Well, you got 2 weeks to play with. So how would you like to play with them?
All right, so if I understand where I am in time, like where I was in the last session, it was the afternoon of the morning that Lois went to Sharn.
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, she had asked Mr. Shadow to establish a meeting, set up a space where they would be meeting, and said, when you're done, this is where I'm going to be. In the meantime, she is going back to Killian Estate, where she's got a smithy, and she's at least at the moment, he would find her beginning to make her all-purpose tool, which I assume is a smith tinker's something. She's got
that
all
is
that
absolutely a Smith Tinker's thing, and is definitely a tool that is unique to House Cannith builders. So it's a good thing that you have experience with House Cannith, because if you weren't a member of House Cannith, that just simply would not be possible for you to create. So by the power of your mark of making, you may do this. All right, working away. As a note, your meeting with Feather will predate the rumor that he has had a breakthrough.
Oh,
just
good.
as a reminder.
Oh, yeah. Good.
You're going to make some prophecy come true. Very
Indeed,
cool.
I am.
I was hoping.
That's the point of the meeting.
Yeah, fair enough. So he is to meet you at the estate, yes?
Mr. Shadows to meet me at the estate
Yeah.
I thought he
So
was supposed to meet you at the university.
tomorrow at later. No,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
gonna
Oh,
meet
no, no, no.
Feather
You're the
at the
Feather, other guy.
Yeah, no.
Sorry, other.
Okay. So he was sent there. Shadow was sent there to to make it his base of operation, and your staff is still working there, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so this would be like the first time he's ever actually come into this space. I am assuming he can get in without being seen, and then he and I can discuss, I don't know, an introduction, making it easier for him to get in and out, etc.
Uh, yeah. And just to be clear, just because it's been a while, I apologize. Did you tell him specifically to be unseen as he comes and goes?
Yeah, I would tell him, yeah, meet me in my offices. Be subtle. I'll make introductions later.
Okay. I'm gonna make a little roll here for subtlety, because that is the name of his game. He's a bit of a social stealth individual, so we're gonna check that out. You're like chilling, and there's a knock at the door, and this lovely young servant comes in. But she's like, you've never seen her work here before. She must be new to the staff, and the appearance changes, and he's definitely wearing like a lady's maid. She's wearing like a lady's maid outfit, and he's got like the dusting broom, and he goes, I admit, not my best disguise, but well,
You look stunning. I love it.
he like looks down and like makes like basically fills it out a little better. He just like shifts himself to fill it better. He goes, huh. Maybe I
No, if you're looking at her right now, she's got like coveralls and a tank, very clearly an A cup. And when he does that, she's like, wow.
There are benefits to being a social outcast.
Yeah, so I lack your skill, but I think I've got enough skill that we can do some shenaniganery together.
Oh, I'm all into, how did you put it? Shenaniganery?
Yeah.
I have a taste for some shenanigan. You bring it on and I'll see what I can do for you.
All right, so first of all, let me do this. And she puts a bag of 50 gold. And I'm like, this is just for now. A weekly stipend will do better eventually, but this is just coming out of my pocket because if you're going to be on call for us, you should be getting paid for it. Next, I know that what you are great at is working about unseen. And I do not want to jeopardize that. And so I asked this question coming from a bit of ignorance. Would it be beneficial to you to have a public face for when you're going repeatedly into places?
I try and make I try and make identities that have reputation, So yes, absolutely. Hey, if we wanna create somebody, you know what I mean, who has proper introductions from a, proper Dragon Mark Baroness and all, then I could be useful in many, many ways. I call that a reward unto itself.
See, that's what I was thinking. Obviously, if you need to burn it, you can burn it. It's whatever. But having a face that you use to go in and out doing things, maybe one that allows you to move in and out, getting in through doors easier than what you do once you get there's, up to you. So if you want to do that, we should look at creating, we don't have to do this right now, but what do you want to look like? Who do you want to be? And where do we need to break into to set up your credentials? Being from Siri is nice because, no one can check your records there.
Well, I mean, forgery is always on the table, but, well, it's incredibly hard to forge anything that looks authentic by way of Civis or Kandaric. They are like the creme de la crop of paperwork. You know what I mean? So, if I could get something with like a Civis stamp on it, oh, another one. So yeah. And then, well, what do we? Oh, this is fun. I love recreating a new identity. Okay, so you got me thinking now. So what's the goal? What's the goal? What's my inspiration?
To be able to move in and out through whatever space loop the house is, and to be able to move as such as a house agent who's actually getting paid as a house agent, and nobody knows what a house agent does, right?
Right. Who knows?
Different house agents do different things, right? If you were a Kenneth house agent, it would be very different than if you're, say, working for Galanda or Denith. Just it's different. We're still feeling it out, but at least it allows us to create someone who can get paid, someone who can have a bank account, someone who can
house agent. No, please keep going. You're on a roll.
So whatever it is that you want to create for this person, we can make that happen. Here is what and I don't know if this is like a thing for today or not. Tomorrow I have this meeting with Feather. I also need to pick up my genealogy from the registrar. Theoretically, they should have it. We had to submit all those documents when I enrolled. I would like to test the possibility of you acting as a decoy for me.
A decoy? Okay, what kind of decoy are we talking about here?
Well, right now, a nice, soft, low-stakes test run. While I meet with Feather, you go you go with Lena and get the stuff from the registrar or arrange to have copies sent to Fjarlin. It's a small thing, but we'd be able to test it out. I don't know the extent of your capabilities, but I know that Creature had that voice thing. Do you need that to do my voice?
He says, do you need me to do that voice in perfect mimicry of your own?
It doesn't need to be perfect, no. You're going to need to be able to ask for my registration documents, right? I don't think you need to be having a huge conversation.
Oh, sure. I mean, changelings can't naturally impersonate voices, but I have trained myself to do that. So that's not an issue.
I would like to have gotten my hands on that tech. I bet I could have recreated it. What if it was just like a thaumaturgy kind of thing, or what? For another time. Anyway, so yeah, if that is the case, I have my shift weave and I have 2 separate outfits. So we can be twinsies. My thought was...
Okay, so I am going to be a house agent. And as a house agent, am I basically just like me but less attractive? Or are we talking like someone who, you don't know what they do, but they get stuff done, kind of a shady kind of person, or what kind of, I mean, you're the Baron, like, who do you want at your side or not at your side? Or how do you want me to represent Leora? I could be a very pretty lady.
I want you to do what's going to make you feel best.
I'm good at that. It's doing what I feel best. Okay, let me work on it. Let me think about it. I need to think about it. This is too important an identity to just throw together in a moment.
Now, I do have a question. Can you do the dragon marks? I assume that's just an aesthetic thing that you could create.
I could to a degree, but not under the microscope. It's just they're not. I don't know how to describe it. They're not.
I wear suits. I stay covered.
Yeah. Like I could make something, but if any Dragon Mark Dare looks at it, they're going to be like, nope. I will tell you this. I have been working on a House Leora mark, though. I think I really perfected the look of it. Another one I can't do, but Leora, I think I've kind of got it down. I've been working on it, you know?
Let's see what you got.
He kind of like does like a face that he's like, and then he'll pull up his sleeve and show you, be like, ta-da!
Nice. If I may
Yeah, thanks.
suggest,
And he puts his sleeve back down.
for whatever reason, and at least the only ones that I have seen, all of Leora's marks tend to be face and neck. Other than that,
Oh, face and neck.
yeah, and she'll
Okay.
and
Yeah.
she'll set her hair back, and you can see like the topmost part of her dragon mark comes like just at the top, and it runs
Yeah.
down the line of her neck here.
Yeah.
So now,
okay.
she always
neck.
wears
I'll
a
do my
suit,
best.
so
Yeah. It says, okay. I'll see if I can make that happen on the neck. I admit I've been kind of like on the arm because I can like look at it and kind of like adjust visually, but I'll see about putting it somewhere else.
I am just going to throw this out at you, right? It's again, we're just brainstorming for hopefully having a
Curveball.
long relationship. Exactly.
Oh,
we
how
will
Yarlin of you.
we will eventually have a test.
Oh,
If you were interested
cool.
in earning the mark of your own.
Hmm.
This is not a thing
Maybe.
you have to think. This is not a thing you have to think about right now. This is not a decision you have to
This
make
is a
right
lot.
now.
This is a lot. This is a lot. I got an identity to make. I got a dragon mark to make appear on my neck. I got to beat you tomorrow. You know what I mean? There's a lot going on.
So anyway, right now the plan is I'm going to go to the library. I'm going to ask for some books on the dragon prophecies. I'm going to go sit down in my room with Lena, and then I figure you and Lena will go said to the registrar. If you know where that room is, it might be best for you to just be in there when we get there.
Sure. Yeah. You know what? I will let your faithful servant guide me, but I will be the one appearing to be guiding.
I love it.
One
All right.
last thing. Is there any way that you could like give me some kind of like really loose job around here, so if I need to come see you, I don't need to like be a maid?
Actually,
I'm pretty sure I only got in here by the skin of my teeth. I'm probably gonna have to sneak out.
Oh, no, if you have a face that you want to use regularly, I am happy to introduce you as my assistant.
Oh, well, excellent. Well, hey, maybe this house agent can have a little access that I'm going to become. So I'll make that, and yeah, and then we can get him so much access. Or should it be a her?
Whichever you prefer. I will see you that you have quarters here at the estate.
Oh, this is a good job. This is a great job. I had a good feeling. When I saw you in the road there. Thought it was going to be good for me anyway.
I hope Holden is well. I'm glad you're here.
Oh, I hope Holden is well. I was so interested in him, and he just kind of left.
Yeah, well,
We'll have our paths. Well, I'm going to go dust, and I will see you later.
absolutely. There are two sets of clothing. There is the blue and green, dark blue and green kind of plaid suit that she wears. And then there's just kind of like some very nondescript clothing. And she'll hand him a piece of shift weave.
Another one.
You got to give that
Hell
back.
yeah.
You got to give that one back to me. Sorry, but
Fine, fair.
it's got that suit that I've been seen all over the place in. It's got some very nondescripties. There is a Canna fabricator. If
Why do you like pantsuits? I mean, like, as a guy who wears a lot of different outfits, there's just something free about wearing a dress.
there's
You're
also
just
an
like
evening
free
gown.
down there.
There's also an evening gown and a set of lingerie.
Oh, Lady Decana, don't threaten me with a good time. Oh boy. Okay, I gotta. I mean, you got me in a maid outfit. Like we gotta roll it back here a minute. Okay.
But yeah, when you need to, I often find when you need to leave, it's nice to have a variety of options for when you're moving through a space.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. You never know when you're gonna need to. I'm gonna go now, and he's gonna.
And she's like, "Yeah, you
Yeah, and
never
he
know."
like folds the shift weave over, and he like does a little curtsy at you, and then changes his face, and he's gonna go dust and do laundry, aka run like a bat out of hell. Someone
probably-
stole the lady shift weave.
She probably looks down and is like, "That would be nice. It's just a little, just a little." All right, and she'll go back to her crafting, and then the next day she'll be at the library to check out some books and meet with Feather.
Excellent. And just as requested, if you would be looking for it, you would see a very conspicuously familiar-looking individual walking with your Deneth guard, your Deneth defender, who seems to, I'll roll for it. Who seems to walk with you have a. In fact, because this is how it works, right? You're like, I don't look like that. Do I really walk like that? Like, does my hair look like that from the back? And you're kind of having a. You're like, no, he's got it all wrong. I don't know. Yeah, and she right now will do as told, and you will have your meeting. So you have returned, as an alumni, back to school. How great is that? Back to the Galifar University, one of the great institutions of learning in all of Corvair, if not the best. Some debate. And yeah, you walk in. It's good to be back. The energy, the educational energy. Oh, the youngins are running around in their cliques and studying and looking so business formal, ready to enter the business world, ripe minds, ripe for learning. It's a great feeling. And you can find your way to some private quarters that I expect to have had arranged. And there within shortly thereafter, you will see once more a familiar looking fella. Sentinel Fallister Feather to Deneth, Sentinel Marshal. I guess technically his title is Lord Inquisitor, but Lord Inquisitor Fallister Feather to Deneth of the Sentinel Marshals. I will repost his picture because he's hot.
Man, these Deneth boys.
These Deneth boys.
A Donnie goes for me, Deneth boys for you, Rowan.
Pick your nation. Pick your marked house. Who knows? He comes striding in. He wears the usual black coat of the Sentinel Marshals with his own raven black, sort of bluish purple feathers, sort of made into a mantle, blade at his side, looking good. He has that sort of intensity about him, but there is a sort of, it's like a it's almost like, oh, how to put it? There's almost like a sarcastic intensity to him. That's sort of like almost like uh, playful seriousness. This sort of these two things that don't quite fit together, but only so on his face. He walks in. He says, "Baroness, I hear these days. That's the rumor, anyway."
That is the rumor. Lena, would you mind? And we're assuming that Lena knows what
Yep.
she and Mr. Shadow are about to go do.
She salutes and will go do that. She walks off. Yeah, and she'll go help Mr. Shadow establish paperwork. But in the meantime, Ballister walks in, sits down, and says, "So, finally decided to take up my offer with the Golden Dragon case, maybe."
You know, I just felt so bad coming in empty-handed, right? And she's going to put across to him the translated letters from the Baron.
He'll take them. I assume you explain what they are.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. He takes them and he kind of cocks an eyebrow at them. He goes, huh. Cultists of the Dark Six. I should have known. I thought that there was a cultist extremism to these attacks. So it's good to have some confirmation, and all evidence helps.
I agree. I don't suppose this Robrand is still alive.
Well, you are very astute. That's all I can say.
The information came into my hands yesterday. I did think it was interesting that they wanted the schematics from Lyrandar, because I've been wanting the schematics to reverse engineer the explosion, which means they needed the schematics to know where to put it down.
Well, I'm sure there are a lot of people who like to take a look at those schematics, and if I may say to you, as I'm sure you know from the house, it wouldn't be outside the realm of possibility someone trying to force a law enforcement agency's hand to the release of such coveted information.
I have
So,
no desire to force your hand into anything. I hope that's not what you're reading
not at all. I'd be surprised if you could force my hand.
Pity. Anyway, we also interrogated. I mean, you do what you can do after they're dead, but Kara Irvala.
Yes, we have been working with the Eyes of Ondair.
So you know that she was apparently taking a contract to find a missing can of air of some sort?
There, it is a lead that we have been pursuing, this missing can of air, but by all accounts, it seems like a bogus trail. It's entirely possible that the perpetrator fabricated quite a few identities to make it seem authentic to our victim.
Oh, I agree. I think my concern was that the eyes were wanting to bring Jorlana in for a conversation. Now, this isn't anyone's business. This is just me feeling like I need to vent for a second.
By all means, please vent.
Laws and such are often an important courtesy between powerful people, and generally speaking, folks, royals and heirs can work pretty well together. And listen, if someone had just tried to assassinate me, my queen, I might be a little forward. So when an heir from House Thrashik and when an heir from House Jarosco, under those circumstances, were apprehended kind of clumsily by the eyes. It's like, all right. When my face was plastered all over the front page, it was like, because literally anyone could have been like, hey, could you come in? And I would have. But that, like, normally there's an attempt to do things subtly. So then,
And why didn't you?
Oh, I was actually on my way to it. And then I got a communication from Madame Madani. And then I made arrangements to do so within a couple of days. But the fact is that came out in the papers less than 12 hours later. I don't know. It seems to me like the royals or the other authorities are being just a little pushy.
All right. Let me ask you something,
By the way,
Lady Leora.
mm-hmm.
Your uncle died on that ship, right?
Yes, he did. Well,
would you not wish that every, even perhaps in some cases, extreme measure was taken to apprehend the killers?
Do you know why the answer is no? Because it's clumsy. Because the way they handled it was clumsy. There should have been people combing the area, but they weren't. They were cloistered off. And when people offered to go out, they were held back. There still has not been not a single piece of debris found. That is very, very strange, whether it was an implosion, an explosion, whatever. For all matter to be completely gone. Weird. Just weird. No, I do not prefer things be done quickly. I prefer they be done well.
So let's say we have a couple people on the loose who witnessed the whole thing and are hiding out somewhere, and we have information of that. They're hiding out somewhere in the city, but we don't know where. Potentially capable, even dangerous individuals out there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, clumsy, but it puts the pressure on. And at the end of the day, if I recall, all of you were tracked down. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that the systems of justices are perfect.
But that wasn't the system of justice, and that's my point. None of that was the wheels of justice turning. In fact,
what's your point? Are you just complaining to HR, or are you trying to make a point here?
You know, something.
I've got a lot of.
You know, you're right. You absolutely do. Take that letter and have a great day.
Kind of looks you over. Goes, okay. You let me know if there's anything else that comes up with the investigation if you wish to share.
Anything that I find that is in any way actionable, I will see to your hands.
He'll take the letters and he will get up and he will leave.
Good.
Cool. Is there anything else you would like to do on your 2 weeks?
Other than make that particular tool, I wanted to do some research into the dragon prophecy and such, but like those are just roles
Sure.
and such. We can move on with other people now.
Well, let's get that out of the way because they'll be quick. So you want to do research with the dragon prophecy. What was the first one?
Primarily the dragon prophecy.
Okay. So you're an alumni. You
Mhm.
have access to libraries here.
Mhm.
And you also have access to the Dimensions of Memory, which isn't explicitly a history school, but it is a school of word and story. And my God, is that where history is mainly rooted in the stories. So you have plenty of ability to access research materials. So let's get that done. I want you to make me research. There we are. I'd like you to mark off 100 gold for the 2 weeks, if that's how you want to spend your 2 weeks. And this is for materials, getting through the doors, staying after hours, gifts, other expenses, so on and so forth. You may add an additional 100 gold to add a static +1 bonus to each of these rolls respectively, to a total of 1,000 for each week, if you would care to.
Really quickly, how long has it been since the explosion? Has it been a full month? Because I should be having money come in from my Caneth account as well. And that affects how much I can put into this. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be difficult. And if there, that should
No, it's not you.
That should be 2
I'm
weeks of
using
money
another-
from Fiarlan as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah. No, sorry, the computer locked. Okay, let's see here. How long has it been since the explosion? It has been far longer than a month at this point. Let's see here.
So I should be getting 350 for 3 months, I think was.
627. Today is the 40. Well, depending on where we sit in the week in the canon, but it is certainly past the first month. When was the last time you got? Well, the whole party was paid on the 28th. Which means you should have 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll say 5 for now. You're paying 20. You're going to be paid $25 a day, so 5, 25. It's 125 gold pieces.
I thought we were getting 50 a day.
I feel like that number
50
changes like
a day.
every week.
Sorry,
It was 350 a week, I think.
should have it marked down somewhere by now. Yeah, 50. So that would be 50 times 5, 250. 250 gold pieces.
Okay, and then what about from
Or I'll
the
mark it down
estate?
officially. Well, what about the estate?
So the settlement with Kenneth when I took the estate was that I was going to get, I believe, 350 or 500 gold a month for 3 months. When I I'll go back over that. That was.
Are you talking about the expenses to maintain the running of the house?
No, when I separated from Kenneth, I was given 3 months of like allowance payments. We'll go back over it. I'll go back over it later. I'll find it so that I can speak on it intelligently. I don't want to take up people's time with it.
Are you sure that's not like savings?
So I will go back over it to clarify it
Okay.
in my mind so that I don't take up people's time with it.
We'll handle that in a while.
Because
I think it's familiar to me. We just haven't talked about it in many, many sessions. So I have to go through my own stuff. But yeah, we'll deal with that later.
Yeah. We can deal with that later.
Okay. So you want to do research. It's going to be 100 gold minimum. You're going to make 2 separate rolls. For each roll, you may add in intervals of 100 to a total of 1,000 each to add a static 1 to 10 bonus based on how much money you put in. So you gotta pay the 100. Do you want to, for this first roll, spend 100 gold for +1 bonus static or more?
I will.
Okay. How much money would you like to additionally add?
Just a single 100.
Okay, you will get a static +1 bonus to this roll. Let's see. You want to do the Draconic Prophecy. I always like to give 2 choices. Okay. Oh. Okay, so I think you just make a flat intelligence is what it's saying. I usually like to use skills though. Okay, let's give you a check. I think let's just call it an investigation
Okay. I love an investigation check.
because this isn't history. I guess this would be our con. Let's just call it investigation, just to.
Okay.
sort of
If you want to call it Arcana, that we can do that. Otherwise, if it's a you said history check, that would be 17.
So 17 for investigation. Okay.
Yes.
17.
Oh, 18, because I get an extra. I bought the extra point, so 18. I'm sorry.
No problem. You're going to gain for your studies 2 pieces of yeah. You're going to get 2 pieces of lore that are important. Okay, let's see here. So first and foremost, you learn why it's called the Draconic Prophecy. And that is because dragons are largely considered to be the longest lived race out there, that they don't really age and die. It's just not something that do. The older they get, the more powerful they get. So they're immortal for all intents and purposes, unless they're slain. And, the only people who seem to study the prophecy are very long-lived, very intelligent races. So elves, druids, dragons, certain undead, but mostly dragons. And especially dragons and elves, because they have very keen eyes. Which leads into your second piece of information. The Draconic Prophecy is essentially an understanding of the primeval world and finding subtle omens and things happening in the primeval world that add together to create a web of prophecy about what could happen. This is a skill and a discipline that takes centuries to perform. And that's to say perform. So a single prophecy requires at least a century of dedicated, intense attention to the primeval world, to find signs, to bring them together, to develop a prophecy which could or could not happen, but can hint at the possibility of what's happening. So just to add on to that, because I'm feeling a little generous and I want to give you everything, that is the point of the prophecy too, and that would be pretty basic for the prophecy, is that the Draconic Prophecy is just that, it's prophecy. But this isn't necessarily, when you find a prophecy, it's not necessarily going to come true or is destined to come true by any means. It could be a vague omen of how to make a certain event come true. So a great example is perhaps they give an example of that where they quote in there, "This is made up, by the way. Don't do this. This isn't really a Draconic Prophecy. This is made up." It says, if, for example, you read the prophecy and it said, "If the Bear King is slain by a sorrowful assassin, in the shadow of the morning, the crown will fall upon his nation." And then it says, the Bear King could be referencing to the King of Breland, as the bear is the heraldic symbol of Breland. The shadow of the morning could mean that the King of Breland must be slain in the Mornlands, or it could mean that the assassination must occur on the anniversary of the morning. So there are multiple interpretations to the prophecy. Some might be correct, some might be false, but if you should do it just right, you could create the result that the prophecy foretells.
So it's not like a sonnet. It's not like the Bible. It's not like...
No. This is by no means something that someone can hand you and you could read and you could read all the prophecies by no measure. Like there's probably like ancient dragons out there that have accumulated maybe 3 prophecies personally. It is, yeah, it's like every like verse of the Bible. I don't know a lot about the Bible, but like every line of the Bible, like one dragon might have 1 or 2 of them, and the big ancient knowledgeable ones might have a couple of them each. And they're also not a like a religious rhetoric. They're a list of potential prophecies and potential futures and how to bring about those outcomes. So that is what you learn on your first week. You learn what the Draconic Prophecy is, you learn who studies it and how they study it, which is technically 3 pieces of information, but the first one was like very general.
And thank you for that.
What would you like to do with your second week? Do you wish to continue your study?
I do, actually.
Okay. Anything specific?
Yeah, is there a connection between dragons and like what is there a connection between actual dragons and dragon marks? Like how in the most rudimentary, primordial sense, what is the mechanism? Not the test of Sybaris, but at some point, someday, someone was just dragon marked. How the fuck did it happen? How did the very first dragon mark appear?
Got it. How did
and like
how the first dragon mark appeared?
Well, no, but like to give you the idea, like what is the connection between dragons and dragon marks? Because clearly it's not just the test of Sybaris, because now there's occasionally new ones. Does that mean there's like new dragons playing a game or something? Like what's?
Yeah, got it.
She's asking very esoteric questions about the marks as such.
You sure are. Okay, same deal. You've already paid the 100 up front, so you're good to continue your research. Would you wish to pay an additional 100 or more for static bonuses?
No.
No.
Thank you. And it's an intelligence roll?
That is going to be, I'll call it Arcana, because
Arcana.
I'll call it Arcana. Yeah, I think it's, we're gonna call it Arcana. Maybe an Arcana check.
24. 24.
Oh, yeah, that's really good.
Her Arcana is very good, which is why I'm happy to have.
Got it.
Huzzah.
Got it. Okay, so you're going to learn 3 pieces of lore through this. Okay. Just out of curiosity, I'm going to get this out of the way. Okay. By the way, you have no complications during your research. Nothing particularly good or bad happens.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah. There's always a chance that there might be a complication, but not for you. Okay. So, let's see here. Let's see. Sorry, I'm kind of gathering the information for you as we talk. Okay, here's one piece of information that I think you will find interesting. And you like really like you gained your information the last day where you're like, this is really esoteric, fucked up, like hard to find shit. And you talked to like sage professors and like this was really, really hard to figure out. So there's a lot of quandaries, but one that you get is as such. There is a large theory, unproven, but theory, very popular theory amongst sage academics, is that dragon marks are signposts of the Draconic prophecy itself. They usually, mostly when a mark appears, it does usually signal a shift in prophetic flow. And a child born with a mark might fulfill or hinder a major future event. So the arrival of people with dragon marks sends ripples through the Draconic prophecy. So the more powerful the mark, the larger the ripple, which is why the most powerful marks, very rare, which are known as those people are called the heirs of Sybaris, which have marks that are so grandly powerful they cover their whole body and can just do crazy, fucked up shit that just beyond anything anyone could do. Those ones are usually like those people usually have like almost apocalyptic level involvement with the Draconic prophecy itself. Or like world-changing, world-shattering levels of involvement. So dragon-marked heirs are usually in some way, shape, or form involved with the events of a Draconic prophecy. So that's your big number one.
Nice.
Let's see here. Let's see. For that reason, you are going to learn something kind of interesting. You are going to hear sort of whispers of this faction amongst dragons known as the Chamber. And basically what the Chamber is, it's a society, a secret society of dragons that intends to use the Draconic prophecy to alter, to secretly manipulate events within Corvair itself. So they're kind of a secret society trying to make their own ends come true, to make their own ideas come true by manipulating Draconic prophecy. So that's cool. You learn about the Chamber. And it is said that these dragons within the Chamber keep their eyes on dragon-marked individuals, particularly. Their eyes are usually glued to them. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, this one's important. You're going to learn the story of the Mark of Death, which is a very important cautionary tale to accompany this study of yours. So the Mark of Death was born of the House of Vol. Vol? What? That's weird. They were a house of half-elves. And their mark was, as you can imagine, a mark of necromancy. It was a mark of death, and it was a powerful mark. Probably considered just like offensively the most powerful mark, easily. The power of necromancy was intense within it. It was tied to necromancy. It was tied to immortality. It was tied to the control over the dead. And there was many. I'm not going to go fully into it. And that's not everything that you learn about it. You can study the story. You can study the Mark of Death in the House of Vol in your own time, because that's a whole other thing. But as to your angle at the research, basically the House of Vol became powerful, and their decisions led to incredibly dramatic changes of balance within the Draconic prophecy itself, which would have invalidated a great many prophecies uncovered that would have been centuries worth of work. So the dragons led a genocidal purge against the House of Vol, allying with the elves of Arenal, and fucking slaughtered them, which is why you don't hear about the House of Death anymore, because they are dead. So they're gone. because the dragons and the elves destroyed them. And you can learn more about why that happened. But again, this is all book reading, right? And it's certainly not wrote by a dragon who was there or an elf who was there. But largely the idea is that like what they were doing was having very negative effects on the draconic prophecy. It rubbed a lot of powerful people the wrong way, and they purged that dragon house. That dragon house is no more.
Excellent.
Cool.
Good to know.
Be careful.
So it would seem.
So that will be that for Roman downtime. So we find ourselves at the end of those 2 weeks then. Is there anything the three of you would like to do, or do we need to have a team meeting, or where are we going next?
I kind of talked a little bit at the matchmaker last session, but I would like Rowan to be there and just confer about something.
Sure. Okay. So we will find ourselves having a little team meeting about this missive that Viceroy Ludwig had. For reminder purposes, the letter essentially was a gracious, very formal sort of, basically an advertisement that said that they are backed by House Deneath, that they primarily do the work for the most important members of House Deneath, that they have teleportation circles and can cater to people of all nationalities. They are most famed in Karnath, but they can cater to any racial or national needs or dragon mark needs and wants. And they would be very happy to help you all out. The season's just around the corner, and it strongly recommends you considering moving forward with this, as they know that your house is requiring new generations to continue itself. So highly recommends reaching out, highly recommends accepting their services, and we'll be more than happy to answer any questions needed. Thank you very much for your time. So please proceed.
Yes, she was a very charming lady. I recommend you all meet her. I think you especially would like her, Rowan.
I'm sure she's lovely. I will happily meet her at some point. I got to tell you, I am not really marriageable material, but that's all right.
It was like, no, you saw yourself short.
I have 2 marks. There is a very real possibility that I would be forbidden from breeding anyway, or that any child that I had would be taken from me.
I meant it for you as a person. That's all I meant. I understood why you can't right now.
It would be nice. It would legitimately, it would be nice. And I will certainly, I will talk to her, and I will explain my hope that one day I should be cleared to be able to do such a thing.
Understood.
So I'm very sorry, Ludwig. I just want to put forth, as a note, that on your, how to become a legally whatever dragon marked house, the Baroness did remark by a couple of things there that she would like to talk to you regarding that. And some of them were directed towards, the reproduction side of things. So just as a note, if you ever wanted to involve her in this conversation, I'll possibly have it twice.
Yeah.
I mean, certainly I would be willing to. I was not aware that I was part of that. So yeah.
You guys do what you want. I just wanted to throw it out there just in case.
Thank you. We'll bring that up in the next meeting with the Baroness. But trip went well. There's something else I need to tell you all. As you know, I went to see my father about my status as a Edo Draga, and we came to the conclusion it was best to have mine drop the Edo from my name. I am no longer an Edo Draga. I'm simply Ludwig Draga de Leora. And that's not the only thing we chatted about. He wasn't particularly happy about some of the events that went on in Korth. I played it close to the chest, but he wasn't exactly happy about it. And we talked about the Crimson Butcher a little bit. And the hostility between potential hostility between us and him.
Why would there be hostility between us and
Well,
him?
Well, he took me hostage for a while, but he was concerned about that.
Are you
And
over it?
at the end,
Well, that's not just there's one more thing.
Like, do you
He
have a problem with Mordok that we need to know about that we need to deal with?
no, it's not a problem with Monarch. It's how do you? My father brought this to my attention. Question: Can you destroy your enemies when you make them your friends?
Oh, that was deep. I like that.
given that the warlord essentially left an open invitation for us to work together in the future, I think
Yeah, like he literally said
it,
this was a test
I
because
know.
we're interested in having you work. So no, I am not
Yes.
worried about trying to make amends or whatever
Well,
with Mordok.
my father suggested this, and one way to destroy your enemies by making them your friends is marrying their daughters. He
He is
only has
very
one.
correct. Ooh,
And Mordok only has one.
do you know her?
I have yet to meet her formally, but but from what I've read, her name is Sereth Ir Mordok, and she seems lovely from everything I've heard.
Well,
well,
that's nice.
it goes
Um,
without saying that if anything, the warlord will be highly encouraging of such a match. It would mean that any of the blackmail we have over him would be, well, unusable.
Not that he gave us much that we could use against him specifically.
Mm,
And like there was, but yeah, no, it's. I don't
was
want you
like,
to marry someone because you think they've got a problem. Because if Mordek's got a problem, I'll fucking deal with him. But I don't think he's got a problem. So
I'm
if you like
just
this girl, you should,
she,
I don't know, ask to. I don't. Well, I don't know.
and
Do you
I'll be
something?
out for the next month, but for potentially the full next month at courting season over in Korth. So I may be gone for a while, and I will likely meet her there. If, if I, I just wanted to clear it all up with you because I may soon because if it goes well, I may be soon calling the Crimson Butcher my father-in-law.
Oh, well, you might want to call him something other than the Crimson Butcher then.
Just like I feel like he likes that nickname quite a bit.
It's weird going to be weird in holidays, especially when it's your
It will be.
father-in-law.
It will be. I'll have to start calling him Ron, but that is a later date. But I learned about her through and before we just end this meeting, Rowan, I'll talk to you later, but I learned all about Ron through this, and I pass her the book, the copy of the diary Loisana made for me. If there's anything you want to dig through there and learn about him, go right ahead. I was planning on burning it once I was done with it.
Yeah, I'm intrigued. And she'll actually take it and put it in her jacket pocket.
Interesting. Interesting, man. I'd love to hear what your thoughts are on it. And if there are no other issues you want to bring up at the moment, I'd say
Yeah, there
that's
is.
the meeting.
Congratulations to Lois for
Yes. Oh, yes.
leaving
Congratulations.
Desharn and then coming back a whole ass lawyer. Well done.
Impressive.
Oh, thank you.
Can we?
It's something that we needed as a house.
It's also a hell of
Um,
an accomplishment. Like, can we throw a party for you? Can we make like? Do you want to have a supper? Invite like friends that you don't know? Like, can we? That's really important. That was a hell of a thing.
we certainly can, and we probably should. um, as a house, particularly if we're planning on, one of our initial guilds is going to be of legal service because it aligns with some of the eloquent side tied to the mark, then that would be an opportunity to soft open that service while the rest of the rest of the house establishment routine is engaged.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Soren, Defender Soren, your bodyguard, Ludwig, he's going to say, and Viceroy Ludwig, your to lose a family is no small thing. Your dedication to this new house, in my opinion, seems beyond reproach. You have sacrificed your family for it.
Um, Thank you, Soren, but I've sacrificed an ear in my name. They're still my family. Doesn't mean I only means I can't inherit anything. Unofficial. But yes, thank you for that.
Still, it's a lot. Thank you.
And I was never going to inherit Bastion Keep. I never thought I was.
From
As
what
you
I
were.
saw at the Bastion Keep, doesn't seem like your father has many heirs left.
Thank you, Soren. We'll talk about more later, and I kind of give him a big look, like stop
Yep.
talking about that. Like,
He nods and he will back up towards the wall again and kind of remain quiet.
and I suppose this meeting is just about done. If there's nothing else, Cross. Could we talk now or at a later point if it's better for you?
I'm here right now and I have nowhere to be, so now's as good a time as any.
Okay. Want to go for a walk around the demesne?
Sure.
All right, sure. And we just head out and start walking and everything.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Hella
Look,
walks too.
Yeah, a walk. Lovely walk, by the way. Um, yeah, once we're outside of the man's, I kind of start chatting. Like we haven't really talked much, Cross. But I mean, out of all of us, I think I've chatted with you the least. Maybe Luasan. It's tough between you and Luasan, but I think you the least.
well, I'm the type to kind of keep to himself, and this whole I'm a warforged. I do my best work when I'm left just to do my job. So getting to know people, at least on a personal level, has never been my task. It's always been under official pretense.
Official pretense as ambassador, I presume.
Yep. Negotiations, dealings, just ingratiating Siri to others, or trying to make myself look good in the eyes of my superiors, but never as friends or similar.
If I might ask, how did you become ambassador for Prince Orgrev down in New Sire?
Cross. Oh, kind of be quiet for a moment. After I was released from service, I wandered for a while and ended up in New Syria. And in my wandering, I was given time to try and figure out what to do with myself. And
Mm.
in New Syria, I saw a nation that was still, was trying to get itself back on its feet to recover from a inconceivable loss. And I thought I could help, give myself something to do more than anything. And I don't know how to describe it. I had to just work my way up through the bottom of Prince Orgev's employ, getting my recommendations up until eventually Prince Orgev found himself in need of an envoy to go elsewhere, and more importantly, an envoy who, well, to an extent, wouldn't be holding quite as many grudges as, say, a natural-born Siren might.
That's
And to me, the Warforged without much memory, no grudges to hold except for the ones that I've acquired in my relatively well, short recollection.
do I believe what he says, Ryan?
Give me them rolls, people. Insight, Ludwig. Deception, persuasion, cross.
I
Send me the
Natural.
total and the roll
I,
packet.
I'll say deception just on the basis that I'm really being vague here, even though
Sure.
that's strictly a lie. 20, dirty.
Okay.
Natural 20 with 426.
You note the vagueness of Cross's words, whether it be out of personal reserve or truly trying to fool you. You don't know why like perfectly, but you do know that he is holding things back.
Okay, okay. I ask him, what is the prince like? Does he like to go by prince or king?
Well, the same way any royal prefers to be referred, it'll be Your Highness or Your Majesty.
Makes sense. What's he like?
How do I just? I'm gonna pull the letters so I can
Yeah.
actually get a sense of like.
Just so I can make it easy for you, Cross.
Yeah.
He's a good leader. He's up to the task.
Yeah.
He's brave, inspiring, all that shit.
Yeah. The picture of what you want in a royal monarch or a leader. He's charismatic, firm but fair, decisive, isn't afraid to make hard decisions, and oh, by the sovereign host, there are hard decisions to be made in a nation so small. He
Clearly.
is, despite the challenges ahead, he faces them with confidence. He's
He
I mean,
needs to be a man.
he hired me, so
He has good judgments.
hate to toot my own horn in such a way, but sure, good judgment. At least he's not one to allow preconceived notions to cloud his judgment. He has an open mind to possibility, which is a good quality in someone trying to carve out a path to a bright future.
Nice. I see. He has to be all things for all people.
Not for all people, just the people under his care.
Feels like that. I wouldn't wish that burden at all.
Well, that's the burden that every leader, to some extent, bears. Certainly, all the royals across Corvair, they all bear the same responsibility. Some are more dutiful with it than others.
I was like, clearly, yeah, you'd have. I hope to meet him. Hope to meet him.
Well, you could. I mean, I've been wanting to go down to New Syria for a while now. I feel as if I've abandoned my duties, even if the prince is surely aware of my current position.
It feels like he's lost an ambassador, but gained a friend in the new Dragonmark house. From
I
his
was intending to perhaps offer my services again to him, but only more as, well, a dragon marked service. We are the House of Diplomacy. Where else could you better get a diplomat?
Well, once we get set up, hopefully we can get down there. He, could be an awkward question, Cross. If if I were to meet him, he wouldn't would he bear any ill will towards me potentially because I'm from, well, Karnath and Ciri fought quite a lot during the last war.
He sent me to Ondair, so maybe that should tell you everything you need to know. He may, his nation was lost. A grudge against those they were fighting against is almost natural, but whether he may not treat you with open arms, but he'll at least hear you out at a minimum.
Well, that's all. That's what we can all hope for. Speaking of Siren Karnath, I during the war I spent most of my time. I've been on all three fronts, on their Thrain and Sire, but most of it in Sire,
Hmm.
and against Warforged. Cross, I will be I'll be upfront about this. I don't know much about your people as perhaps I should.
Would it be fair to say there isn't much to know? Our history is incredibly short. We were made by Kenneth, sold to fight in the last war, and then released into freedom. If you're, we don't have, I don't know, what would you describe as culture or homeland or history? There's just the war and then the now. If you wish to know more about us, just personally as individuals, well, we're a lot of us are still figuring that out ourselves. It's, some of us cling to our old occupation and become bodyguards, or they sign up with House Beneath, become mercenaries, adventurers, the like. It's hard to stop being a warrior when you've been made to be one. Others are, well, I've met some others who either don't desire to or can't find a reason to take up a blade again, and so they lend their bodies to labor and building and such menial work. And then there's the rare kind who find themselves indulging in attempting things that might be more in Fiolan's wheelhouse. Entertainment, songs, performance. It's rare. It's hard to feel it's hard to imagine creativity and such blooming in the heart of a construct. And there are those like myself who feel a desire to serve, but maybe not in a capacity of violence. So I serve using my voice instead.
It's been a strong voice so far.
Well, it has, in a sense, felt like it's come quite naturally. Whether it's a better fit for me than the life of a soldier, I couldn't say. Although I suppose if I had nearly died of being caught in the morning might imply I was not a great soldier.
You spoke of your memories being lost. Does this include your time during the war?
All blank. It's like a reset, maybe. All I know is I woke up on the shores outside. It was close to Korth or Reckenmark. And I was half destroyed. See the mist rising across the sea. There was no state to move.
I see. I know some people would love to forget everything that's happened in the war. Perhaps it's a chance for new beginning, maybe. But I apologize if that's out of line.
I don't think there's really any better or worse. I mean, from my perspective, allegedly, something. Let me just check on the railway sheet so I can remember. Make sure I got my age right here. Must be about 20 years old.
Good.
I don't remember much of that, so I lost my name, my identity. I am an unknown. It makes my place in the world feel rather indistinct, like I'm a stranger walking around in my own body.
I don't know how much my opinion is worth in your mind, but I think you've carved out a good spot for yourself in the world. And and besides, you certainly look better at 20 than I ever did.
I find that hard to believe, but
It was like, oh, you did not see me at 20.
well, unless you were 20, had half your body burned and carved clean, I think you look better than I do.
It was like, I have the beholder. I will ask you this, Cross. You talked about how if I wanted to understand the Warforged more, I should go out and seek them. Do you know anywhere in Fairhaven where they congregate? I might chat with them. I thought about looking at a bar, but then I realized nobody could drink or eat. Once you take those out, it's harder to find people when you actually think about it.
Well, maybe it's a little bit of a white lie. I can eat and I can drink. It's just I don't need to. None of us need to. It's not necessary. I mean, what would be the point of us having a job if we couldn't use it? But so you might be able to find Warforged in a bar, if not to drink, but maybe just to socialize. But I mean, in Fairhaven, try anywhere where you would think a Warforged would be useful. That is the perhaps unifying trait. We want to be useful, to have a purpose again. So,
don't we all?
places where we can serve.
Don't we all want to be useful? Well, and one last thing. I know I bear no ill will towards you, or it's specifically against Shelf. What happened in the duel? I I think I judged him unfairly in the past. I do not. I know he does not like to speak. I don't know if it's because he can or chooses not to. If not, it's his decision. I sense that he's a man. He is a being with a lot of frustration in him, and I'm not really sure what I'm trying to say. He's part of this house as much as any of us.
I don't want to speak for Shell entirely, but I'll say that I don't know the full extent of his life. He won't repeat it, and out of respect for that boundary, do not ask. Let me put it this way, like my own disfigurements, there are some wounds that just don't heal. And I think for Shell, whatever happened in the war, that's a wound that won't heal. So I wouldn't try to force it. And I do also apologize. I did impress upon him the importance of that it was just a sparring match, but
it's fine.
Training kicks in.
Some reflexes and such.
Look,
I
I
sense a lot of anger in him. I hope he's able to enjoy himself as well. Thank you for. Hang on, just let me check something. Thank you very much for allowing me to waste your time, Cross, and I will bid you adieu. I give him and Shell a bow and head on out.
Ludwig is. I like Ludwig. Something about Ludwig. And I think Shell kind of looks at you, Cross, with this.
And when I was talking about with Shell, I did an out of earshot of him. Like
I will assume Shell is. Yeah. He was out of following, but out of earshot.
Okay.
Yeah. He, as always, remains present at your side, though, Cross, once he leaves.
I don't know whether to be flattered or frustrated that he's so persistent.
Say the word.
Well, fortunately, if we slay our only male non-dual marked heir, we'll be waiting years for the strange accident child to grow up.
This could, of course, be an only Warforged house. You would be the only one, but it would still be a Warforged only house.
Yeah, that'll give me so much political clout.
It would be conspicuous that all the members of your house mysteriously perished.
It would be conspicuous, and it would also it would make the validity of my house questionable. A house that can't procreate.
Well, be assured, Lord Cross, that plans have been set in motion regarding the exorciates.
Good. There's also the fact that if they all were to die, Harkonnen will probably finish the job and try to kill me.
Perhaps. They seem to have their own problems as of late, if the papers are to be believed.
Well, they are hopefully a tool I can use in the future, but I'm have far greater hopes for Sword. They can find these Dark Six people, then the future may be bright for us. But anyway, we should... Well, there's supposed to be a meeting with the Baroness soon, so I suppose I'll have to get ready for that.
Very well.
Some conversations regarding courting, a matter that I... Well, it should be amusing to see how they try to fit me into all of that.
Evangelical Cross, do not second guess yourself. You may not be able to create children, but you can still create political alliance.
This is true. I'm almost curious to know what kind of fleshborn will, I don't know, try to persuade me.
Have you ever been attracted to the fleshborn?
Cross will actually laugh. Careful now, Shell. That almost sounds like heresy.
Just checking, Evangelical. Ha, 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 ha.
Oh.
No, but seriously, they're gross.
I feel I'm gonna have to let them. I'm just not looking forward to letting them touch me to validate our house.
Perhaps you might find one of these fleshborn that are perhaps more solid characteristically. Not these squishy humans and elves and Corvarian. Perhaps something more stern and solid, like a dwarf or an orc, perhaps even.
What does it matter?
It's all gross. I don't know. I was just trying to help. Perhaps you might insist they never take their armor off.
Cross, if you're trying to, Cross, Shall if you're trying to make some sort of allusion to the idea of sleeping with a fleshborn, no, this would be.
I don't actually have a stomach or digestive system, but I feel revolted in this. Anyway,
any sort of, I hate to even say the word marriage, would be purely of transactional and monetary. This would be a case of forging partnerships and alliances. The idea that this would be some kind of intimate relationship is, well,
disgusting.
like I said, heresy. And while
Heresy
I may
indeed.
While I may carry my edict, even I would struggle to stomach such a thing.
Indeed. Indeed. To be tainted with the touch of a fleshborn. Disgusting. Hey! I got something fun going on here. Let's see. I'm going to do a quick scan of something here really quick.
I have other things I'm hoping to do, just so you know.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to hit Lois for a second here. Very cool. Hey, Lois.
Yeah.
A House Orion messenger shows up and hands you a letter.
Oh,
and
what?
says, it says, from House Drosko. It seemed important. Courier service completed. Good day to you.
Thank you.
And you receive a handout that you have made for me.
Awesome. Allow me to read. To the esteemed members of House Leora, as I write this, I am hoping that times and circumstances find you well and thriving. Since my abrupt departure, I have been busy researching the nature of dragon marks, inheritance, childbearing, and problems. I've undertaken a highly personal series of trials to test outcomes, which unfortunately will take many years to yield any degree of insight. In the meantime, I found a possible solution for those of House Leora who bear dual marks. I've created a potion that seems to suppress the manifestation of a mark for some time. Presently, I can attest to its effectiveness for a day. I personally tested it on myself and have been able to suppress either of my marks by concentrating on a given mark at the time of imbibement. This unsuppressed mark continues to work as expected. In that time, if the marked heir conceives, the suppression lingers significantly. This has been tested on another member of House Durasco with their understanding and in the strictest confidence. My subject is in early pregnancy, about 4 weeks, and her mark is still suppressed. This should provide a safe environment for House Leora to raise any future heirs if that is of interest or concern. As mentioned, I am engaged in a long-term experiment with several successions of birth, but the outcomes of those will be decades in discovery, and as you know, not every heir-to-heir conception results in a marked heir. If it would be of any interest to you, I can make myself available for future discussions and to share several samples of the blocking elixir for your use and consideration. Please feel free to contact me through the Fairhaven Jurasco Bastion. Sincerely, Dr. Elizabeth Jurasco.
So we'll say that you guys hear this letter as you're standing outside the Baroness's door.
Well, I don't know her, but that's potentially very handy.
She's a remarkable researcher. I am I'm glad she's doing well. I'm sorry she's not here. I get why she can't, but I miss her. I do.
Well, frankly, it comes down to you and me, Rowan, because we're the folks who are facing that particular problem. I think it would be worth at least having those discussions and having that elixir available. I would suspect that that particular piece is going to be a held secret that is significantly deep, because if it could be weaponized, that would be a game-changing issue.
This definitely isn't something that we want in the paper, you know?
Absolutely not.
It was a hell of a sacrifice you made. Thank you.
But I think I'm, in light of what Ludwig's got going on, and for sake of overcoming some of the hurdles that are going to come up when we speak with the Baroness next, or when y'all speak with her. I don't have a whole lot to say, but I think this would go a long way to handling one of the major milestone hurdles. And we don't have to be really open about how we know that we can do it. But simple attestation that we could, I think, should be sufficient to the task. Particularly if you know Liz enough to that she is likely forthright, but uh, considering that she's willing to put these experiments upon herself seems to speak highly of the veracity of what she claims.
Yeah. Unless anyone else is wanting to, I'm happy to send a communication back. I'll get it out in a little bit. We got some things to do, but I can write that on my own time and get it out. Get it out in the morning or later on today.
Okay. Or if you want, I'm happy to drop something off at House Jarosco. I've got a brief I need to file with the court anyway.
Excellent. Yeah, no, we can do that.
Okay.
So I'll.
Then why don't
Sorry.
we say as you... Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No.
I was just going to say that as you guys open the door to speak to the Baroness, as it seems like you wanted to have a meeting with her, we will go to break. And when we get back, we will speak to the Baroness, see what she has to say.
Okay.
For Lois and Rowan? I guess
We'll talk
so.
when we get back.
Okay. Nath, does Cross find Ludwig that annoying?
Cross does not like people, obviously. And Ludwig is by far the most persistent person he has ever encountered. Certainly one of the most persistent trying to like be on good terms with them, which is like unfamiliar ground, and also in a way you're kind of fucking up his plans.
I'm fuck.
Or really you're presenting like danger. It's like the more you try to get involved, the more likely you are to discover like what Cross is actually really about. Your constant questions. So annoying is like relative in that do you annoy him on like an emotional like you're kind of irritating level, or rather annoying because you're kind of like you're
You're fucking up the plan.
you're unknowingly like getting way too close to like stuff where like I don't want to try and kill you, dude.
He was like, what did Ludwig do wrong? He's trying to be a friend. He's trying to reach out. He feels like he's trying to be a diplomat, you know? See things from your perspective.
I know, and in Ludwig's world, he's like, da-da-da-da-da, making friends with everybody.
I mean, not quite that, but a little.
As a player, I like it because I know for a fact that given like Cross's like current like allegiances and alignment, I'm cooked the second anyone finds out. Cross is socially dead. So if at any point like you're able to, I don't know, elicit like an allegiance or alignment change, Cross's life expectancy rises massively. Kind of. I do like gain the possibility of pissing off my great Lord of Machines, but you know.
Lord of Machine!
Game wise, if I like turn good, air quotes, Cross is more likely to live a long time.
Hey man, I mean, it's up to the players to make longevity happen sometimes, you know? I mean, like, and in that longevity might be blackmail.
Yeah.
Oh, you follow the Lord of Blades, and you're best friends with the Queen.
That's crazy.
You know what? I think we're about to be good friends, me and you.
Yeah. That's why I'm trying to get to the Dark Six people before any of you guys, so I can start like working with them without you knowing.
Hell yeah! Hell yeah! All right.
Hey guys, I'm having a huge problem with my camera. I'm gonna see if I can fix it, but I've got tech issues, so I'll be back in a little bit. I'm like here and listening, but I'm not gonna be able to interact for like 5 minutes.
All good. I mean,
okay.
I'm the king of tech issues this month, it seems, so I get it. Okay, so you open the door to the Baroness's quarters, to her office. You all enter within to see the mysterious and beautiful and ancient Baron Elvinor Elorenti du Fiarlen. She welcomes you all in. She says, "Welcome, House Leora. Good to see you. It has been some time. I imagine there are some things that require discussion. Presumably, I know Lois doesn't have much, rightfully, doesn't have much interest in speaking with the Arlen folk, so that is up to her."
Oh, I'm happy to show up.
Yep.
But she's got nothing to say, and it takes zero insight to cold, dead.
Yeah. Oh, certainly. She simply says, "House Leora, welcome, Council of Viceroys. We have much to discuss, considering that we have been getting things underway with your establishment. So, we have received some of your genealogy, which is excellent. As I've said, I'm putting together a proposal to the 12. Drafts are already underway and should be completed quite soon for your review. But I thought, of course, it would be good to discuss some. She's got like a piece of paper, and she's like, going down the list. I thought it would be good that we take some time to discuss some matters that you may have noticed here that might require long game, shall we say, a long game to look at. So, as you might have noted, it does state that the genealogical records, or having them, the primary purpose of them is to prove that the mark is heritable. So, that is something we must discuss. Stable, heritable dragon marks is what they wish to know that you all possess. It is very clear that you all have stable marks. I am putting together the proposal without issue. Your genealogical records are going to be necessary to the actual application, but I think we all know they're not going to give the 12 what they want. What they want is to know that the dragon mark is heritable. So, within the proposal, I mean to put forth all of the usual things and a statement that we will be working on getting a heritable mark proved to them sooner rather than later. I don't wish to do anything ahead of schedule, but I must, and I'm sure you must have all understood for yourselves now, the relevance of creating heirs to the house. Creating. I'm sure you understand what I mean when I say that. Now, there is the issue that one of you is a Warforged, making it very difficult to produce people with the mark, unless House Kenneth has made up all of the lore regarding creation forges, and that Warforged can truly make babies. But I highly don't think that that's true. So, which brings us on to you three. Now, two of you have 2 marks, which is unexplored territory. But if I had to hazard a guess, it may not be any different than if, say, 2 heirs from 2 different houses were to produce a child, which we of the houses know what that can produce and why that is considered a social faux pas in society. So, without further research, and I know you've already been investing time, and I thank you for doing so, into that, and without any positive guarantee that we could create an heir, we'll get back to that. But that does leave us with Viceroy Ludwig de Leora, who is our most, well, to be frank, fertile and capable member of the house for the task.
Ludwig just kind of looks down when she says fertile, like that.
Yes. So, we should do this the proper way. Of course, for your own political establishment, by having a marriage and those children being legitimate heirs of you, Viceroy, that encourages political power. So, as I'm sure you know, the season's around the corner.
I've been made aware of it.
Excellent. So, I think it would be foolish not to have you begin to prepare for yourself for a proper wife. And, well, I'm sure we do not need to discuss in great length what would be required once that wife is taken. As many as possible, to be blunt. But first things first, yes?
I am aware of the birds and the bees, yes?
Most certainly. No.
There is...
oh, yes.
The Order of the Sacred Heart. That's not Sacred Heart. That's wrong. Above the table, I can't remember the name of the match.
Shielded Hearts.
Shielded Hearts, thank you.
Shielded Hearts.
Has actually reached out to the house, Ludwig is, I think, going to be moving forward with the season.
Very excellent to hear. Congratulations, Viceroy.
It's certainly my first season, I suppose. It will be an interesting time.
Indeed. Now, Lady Lois and Lady Rowan, well, my apologies, Viceroy Lois, Viceroy Rowan. As I have mentioned, and I'm sure you have thought as well, the irregularity of your situations calls into question the possibility of creating heirs. I certainly have no correct answer for you, but I would endeavor to ask, is the risk worth the reward? I know that when two members of separate houses create a child, there is no assurance that the worst possibility might come to pass. And of course, your mark is new to society, so we can make it something of a... As far as society goes, we can create something of a social project where before anyone forms opinions, we make sure that those opinions are pointed in the right direction so as to take any social stigma out of it with as much possibility. And may I say, the Dements of Memory of all the Demences of House Fjallon specializes in, shall we say, public opinion. So, if there was ever a place to attempt a risky endeavor such as this, it would be Fairhaven, and it would be with the Dements of Memory at your back. We are very good at shaping public opinion. So, as far as the social repercussions of attempting go, we can minimize any social damage, if not eliminate it. Now, that is only, of course, you don't produce a, aberrantly marked individual. But it's possible that won't happen. But it is possible that it could happen. If it does happen, considering you're such a new house, I'm sure you can imagine it might be in the best interest of all of you to distance yourself from said child. It is a callous and it is a dark thing to say, but you all are at the beginning of your journey for your house, and we must discuss the possibility of risk versus reward now. So, this is the worst, and this is what we could do in the worst case scenario. But there is the possibility of a best case scenario, where you do create heirs to further the house, and possibly have yourself noted with heritable heirs, which could be excellent. So, like I said, I have no correct answer for you in that regard, but I wanted to consider. Put it forth, if you will. I know it is a taboo subject, so I thought I'd be the one to put it forth. Now, please, I would like to hear what you have to think.
It's up to Rowan and Lois at the end of the day. That's my opinion on that.
Fair enough.
I'd like some time to think about it.
Most certainly, but not too much time. The season is around the corner. Time is of the essence, yes? So,
I understand.
take your time, not too much time. Coming from an elf, I'm sure that is strange to hear, but it would be a shame to have to wait an entire year to begin the courting season, and there is, you know how the social politics can be during the season, and arriving late to the season can be a bit of a faux pas too, so by all means, take your time, but not too much time.
So,
By all means, please.
So we know, I'm not going to dance around it, all right? We know an aberrant mark can happen because two people who have opposing dragon marks have a child. We also know that it's not a one-to-one thing, right? Now, do we know if two people who are completely unmarked can throw an offspring that develops an aberrant dragon mark? Aberrant dragon mark. I'm sorry. I'm probably saying that wrong. Like, it's just any old two people like get together and they pop a kid out, and like, 7 years later, poof, I got the boogeyman on me.
Well, no. As far as the research is concerned, it's when two heirs with two different marks reproduce.
And that is the
That
only
is what
way.
creates. As far as research shows, yes. Like I said, you're possessing as a single individual two marks is a new frontier of possibility. But historically speaking, two dragon-marked individuals of different marks create an aberrant. But much the same as any mark, there's only a 50-50 chance that they will even produce a mark. And then even still, will that mark be of one of the houses or the other houses or the aberrant mark? So while the possibility is low, even in normal circumstances, socially very damning. And should the child indeed be aberrant, it is, well, social suicide at that point. I mean, with grand respect, Viceroy of the House of Cannith, I think we all do know the cautionary tale of the Baroness Jolana. And she didn't create an aberrant child, as far as anybody knows, and yet she's still recovering after all of these years.
I'm sorry, what?
It's been like, it's that actually happened. I thought it was just a rumor. I thought it was just people being ugly. That's really why she's not. It's apparently the reason why she's not actually the Baron of House Cannith. It's why there's dissension.
Yes, as far as the politics go, Lord Ludwig, or Viceroy Ludwig, and to any else who are concerned, and again, Viceroy Rowan, I mean to make no disrespect upon your former house, just simply explain the cautionary tale, that, well, the Lady Jolana in her youth, before the morning during the war, there was a scandal where she was caught in, shall we say, romantic affiliation with a member of House Denith. It was an exceptional scandal to the point where she disappeared from society altogether for many years, was very well exiled from society. She only re-emerged quite a few years later and has even still since been working to recoup her social losses. Even now, she struggles to gain the barony of House Cannith because of that past that still haunts her to this very day. So just remember, who you sleep with can damn you forever.
That's
I
when above the table, when the elf says forever, Rowan's eyes are like,
I had no idea that's what. I was aware there was around Cannith politics that something was holding Jolana back. I didn't know it was that.
Yes, she is considered to be a scandalous woman.
I see.
yeah, she had the audacity to fall in love with the wrong person,
And it was
20 some odd years later, because like that was a while back.
Well,
Well,
you can understand where
Sanders, maybe.
Indeed.
Yeah.
For the people of House Fiallan and Thurani and many other races, especially the dwarves, Covarians, I mean, it's like the blink of an eye. It's like it happened yesterday. But that is to say, I hope you all understand where the taboo comes from. It's not purely because of, well, some silly social protocol, which there are many. But this one is grounded in a genuine, well, a genuine prevention, hopefully, of something aberrantly wrong in nature from creating.
Is
Something unnatural from being born.
Can I? Is there anywhere to learn more about the aberrant marks
Most certainly.
and their history? I was nearly killed by. They felt enough anger at me to kill me, even though they never met me. But it's something worth knowing, clearly.
Well, if I may, your attack, very unusual. House Tarkanan is not known to operate outside of Braylon for most any reason, really. Aside from it being on other, I mean, I'm no expert in this, but aside from not being on other criminal turf, they make their basis in Sharn. I mean, they spread pretty thin trying to range into other nations, but that's all aside. Well, aberrant dragon marks are unnatural in the world, and House Tarkanan is mostly based in Braylon. I'm sure that there are experts centered in Braylon, but that isn't to say that many dragon-marked houses would have information. House Drosko, above all, as it is considered a physical malady, an abnormality of the biological nature. So I'm sure House Drosko could point you in the right direction, but any aged heir will know something.
Yeah, I was just wondering if there was a book lying around that could help explain it all.
I could see about having a book found for you, Ludwig, if you wanted the primer.
Thank you. Out of everyone here, me and Cross are the ones who are most unfamiliar with Dragon Mark customs. Forgive my ignorance.
You should know it perhaps might be difficult. Like I said, I can try and find something with House Drosko, but I doubt many studies have been done. Aberrant dragon marks are well known to be violent, sometimes out of their minds, and largely just disagreeable people, flawed individuals in essence, as if the mark itself has some influence upon who they are. Like I said, unnatural people.
Are they? I'm sorry for getting off topic, but are they hunted down?
Oh, most certainly. Most certainly. I mean, most certainly. Like I said, they're, well, I can explain further. The reason why they're hunted down is, A, because those who bear them are typically very flawed, violent individuals. B, their marks have a sole purpose, which is the power of destruction. House Canneth builds, House Fjarlan entertains, and House Leora speaks, Civis, Kondark, so on, so on, so on, so on. But aberrant dragon marks are unpredictable in their powers, and from what anyone's observed, their powers are purely based on devastation, destruction. There has been no, as far as I know, members of the aberrant dragon-marked people, if you could dare to call them that, who have done anything good for this world other than blow something up, which isn't good. But anyway, that is all to say, yes, they are hunted. Every nation decides how to deal with them in their own time, but they're generally considered terrorists.
I see. Thank you.
As you can imagine, it is a magnificent stain upon the reputation of a family to have one such in their bloodline. It sullies the rest of the family, you see, at that point.
I was not aware of the severity of this.
Oh, it is quite severe. So Lady Rowan and Lady Lois's concerns about their own marks in their production are entirely valid. If they were to produce something aberrant, that child would need to be at the very least probably taken to some orphanage somewhere and disassociated from the house forever.
Yes, I was more in the book. Thank you for the thank you. Rowan, Lois, your thoughts.
Please, Lois, Rowan, if you think I have my knowledge has been misquoted. You have been amongst the Dragonmark Society for your lives as well. Please, by all means. You are muted, Lady Rowan. Sorry, Rowan. Goddammit.
I am deeply concerned. However, I am willing to consider that it may be worth the risk. I need... I'm going to go look and see what the numbers are. I want to see what it looks like. I want to see what the probability is. Someone has to have worked it out.
Fair enough. I am most certain someone has at least attempted a study. Very difficult considering, of course, the secrecy around those that are born altogether and, the general unfriendliness of an aberrant, but agree completely. Someone somewhere must have at least started.
Kind of wonder if the probability is almost irrelevant. I mean, by what you've been saying, Baroness, the very active, even chance in it, whether the odds be slim or high, is in itself taboo.
Most certainly. However, as I've said, this is a new frontier. 2 marks. People don't know how to feel about that yet. I will hazard to guess if people even know that you two have 2 marks, and that your old mark hasn't just vanished. It is new. It is outside the realm of possibility or memory. It can't be kept secret forever. Eventually, you two will have to have, well, if you should follow the line, you will have, unless it's kept a closely guarded secret, of course. That is entirely a route, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Everyone knows no, there's like literally evidence in the Chronicle that I am a Cannith, or was. Right? If they haven't seen my mark, it doesn't matter. It's been spoken for.
Well,
So,
the question is, do people know that you have 2 marks, or do people know that you were previously a member of House Cannith? Which is very different.
I see. I'm going to assume that most people know that I'm dual marked. I don't, but no, you're right. I guess that's a bad assumption to make.
Well, if you think people know, then we might as well operate on the assumption that people know and not go down the secrecy route, if that's the case. So, which leaves you with, well, one option, which is House Fjallin sponsors you in a public opinion forum to support the idea that the old rules do not apply to the current rules, and we move forward under that assumption, unified. And should something happen down the line, you all deal with it then, because I'm certain by the time that you have children and that they're producing marks, that you are not leaning on Fjallin too much.
Well, there's a certain angle that could be said for our best way of putting it might be some form of faith in that. What would be the point of marking you twice if the resulting children in your lives would end up being aberrant? That seems like an almost cruel and pointless endeavor.
Fair point.
And I can say this. Leora's mark has grown. I've held the Cannith mark for years. It hasn't. I don't wonder if the one won't fade or diminish after a while. I mean, there's no way to tell, but I don't know that I'm better at talking and making stuff, but that doesn't lie.
But you haven't. Well, considering, if I may be frank, if you all, well, as it is, I'm sure known by now that Viceroy Ludwig de Leora is indeed, on paper, officially a member of House Leora, and no longer of the Draeger family. It is a remarkable sacrifice on your part, Lord Ludwig, one that exemplifies the loyalty that any dragon marked heir should have for their house. The question remains, no one's ever removed their mark permanently before, at least not as far as I know, but should it be possible, should the possibility ever arise, it would probably, politically speaking, be for the best, for the production of children and reputation, so on and so forth. But it's beyond the question, because it's impossible, as far as I know. So, no point speaking on that matter. No one's ever permanently removed a dragon mark before.
No, apparently they come back.
Yes, indeed. There was a rather brutal practice at one point with exorciates where they would maim them of their marks, but it became symbolic after a while because those marks would just reappear on other forms of the body, and then the realization of its brutality and barbarism was, well, it just no longer became a practice. But point is, yes, indeed, marks just simply reappear in other places if taken away. So, until such a time as one of the grand houses or the 12 themselves discover a way of removing marks permanently, which I doubt will happen, we should move forward as such. Well, if you decide that the risk is worth the reward, your house is rather small right now as far as personnel goes.
I realize this.
There is another possibility, Baroness, if I may speak.
Of course, Viceroy.
I doubt we're the only ones with these marks in the world.
An excellent point.
We...
Viceroy, you did bring back the young man with the mark recently, didn't you?
Vet him.
That's right. Vedem du Leora.
That's... Yes, not publicly. His best defense is that he is secret for now. The world doesn't know that he exists yet.
And such is to the point as well, that we must accelerate your sponsorship amongst the 12 so as that you might begin to start to earn money, so that you might as well start to begin to earn protection, which means that when you find heirs in the world, they need not fear themselves. Who knows? Perhaps heirs will come out of the woodwork if they know that House of Leora is a safe place to be.
Only to make it a safe place for them.
Indeed. So, we need to start making you money, which means you need to be acknowledged by the 12, which means, Viceroy Ludwig, you need to start popping out children. And we need to start making our way down this list, of course. So, as soon as I have all of your genealogical records, Viceroy Ludwig, thank you. Viceroy Loisana, thank you. Lady or Viceroy Rowan, yes.
Above the table, she sent them to get the stuff from the registrar, but Rowan had said that she would just have them send it to the Dements. So we should speak of that above the table too. So, as for the result of your genealogy, you had said that it would have been submitted already to the university. Right. So, Rowan was a student at the university before the morning. That's how she got there. I would assume that they had to have records of who she was in her. Like, when you go to any college, they have to know who you are. Like, you have to turn in that stuff.
Yeah. And your high seneschal uncle had significant clout behind him, but okay. So I'm gonna say I'm gonna send you a quick message. I'm gonna send you a quick message on Zoom here, just because I want to make sure I'm getting everything straight before some stuff is said.
Literally, it's the only way I know how to actually.
No, you're good. You're totally good, and you're right. That would have been. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. So yeah, you have your genealogy. It's up to you if you've seen it or not before, but you have it, and you can hand it in if you want.
And I will do so.
Okay, excellent. You're handing your genealogy, and she says, excellent, excellent, excellent. And of course, Viceroy Cross.
Baroness,
Oh,
on that
yes, lady.
on that topic, I will request your signature to be amended to the following, at which point she will scan the. It's too fucking long. Hold on a second.
I think I know what you mean. The legal.
Yes.
Yeah. She goes, oh, let's see. And she looks at it. And she's a very old woman and has had a lot of experience reading, so she's a quick reader. And she goes, very interesting. Lady Lois, I did not know you had such acumen with the law. Well, of course, it seems a necessity, doesn't it? If, of course, Viceroy Cross, you wish for it.
We've had a previous discussion, and I will be acting as his legal counsel in this endeavor.
It's just a matter of, how do I put this? This little is both physically and mentally discomforting to have folk rooting around in my insides. And so while I'll consent to the process for the purposes of, well, for the sake of the house, I don't want to give up any more than that to any powers outside.
Very well. This is, I mean, we all know House Leora, but this is the house of, well, this demence is about rhetoric, persuasion. If you found it too invasive, I would be willing to try and create a persuasive argument why they should not. But if this is the way we shall go, then this is the way we shall go. And she will sign away all of her titles to the bottom and send her back over.
My goal is not to frustrate the process, but just to ensure that all that transpires is for the sake of the process and nothing more.
Very well. Excellent. Well, then I will send for House Cannith. Well, I suppose the courts will. I will leave this in your hands. You clearly are well taken care of. And in the meantime, we should get this neutral authority taken care of. Again, it's a formality, and we can get it done tomorrow. Would you all prefer House Civis, House Condoric, or some other, or the 12 themselves to verify your mark is genuine? Again, a formality.
Fidalis is nearby, aren't they?
For who? Fidalis?
The mark of handling?
Oh, they would not be considered a valid authority. I mean, it would be a bit of a stretch. They prefer someone a little bit more legally.
I am fine to have House Civis do it.
Very well.
Would there conceivably be a conflict of interest between us and Civis if our guild selection is what we choose to go with?
It's a fair point. You do have amongst your viceroys a former member of House Civis, but I doubt that the entire house would be one way or the other. You could really do whatever you like.
I
Kandaric is always an option if you want a speedy option, but Civis would work well too.
I would say Kandaric.
Whatever you all think is best.
I will go with the majority.
No,
I think getting fewer houses involved is better. We have already had fairly frank discussions with House Civis. They have a good degree of neutrality. They have several members who sit on the Cronenberg Chronicle. One of their researchers has already looked into and established some of the background research into this new mark. So they will be excellently positioned to satisfy whatever the asking requirements are.
They've
and I'll submit to whatever testing that they need done.
Very well.
I've already submitted to testing from the same sources, so that was Civis has already done the work. Why not just let Civis do it?
Certainly. And if you've already submitted, Viceroy Rowan, then more the merrier, I suppose. Civis for certainty, and a little backup testing never hurt. So, Lady Lois, you were a member of the Cronenberg Chronicle. Your integrity is not in question. Simply, I would recommend picking somebody that you do not have a personal relationship with.
The arched eyebrow at that statement is visible to everybody at the table. Plainly and clearly visible.
Fair enough. She continues, however, and she says, I simply recommend that you pick someone from your former house who you don't have previous ties with.
I'll make the arrangements on the morrow.
Very well. Then it sounds like on the morrow, we should be ready to bring your application before the 12. So we will have ourselves a very interesting month, I think, coming up with the season for some of you and this application with the 12. So, by all means, take your time to think about yourselves, Lois and Rowan, about the possibility of entering the season. And perhaps we will discuss that tomorrow when all of our paperwork is completely in order and I will have it all sent along to the 12 by the end of the day. Is there anything else we wish to discuss before we convene? Or before we dissolve, I should say.
Would it be all right if I hung back?
If I hung back?
Oh, would it be all right if I hung back to have a moment alone with you?
Oh, of course, of course. Excellent.
Lois will be the first to get up and the first to leave.
Excellent. All right. Ludwig Cross, you presumably leave as well? She says, oh, yeah.
I'll show myself out. Rowan, we'll talk later if we could. Thank you. And I will show myself out.
Right.
I'll make a exits as well.
Viceroy Rowan.
So I don't think we have... Things got a little crazy when Lois left. Have you seen, and she will pull out her copy of what they found. The translated letters.
Oh, translated letters. She will start sifting through them. I presumably explain what they are.
Yeah, I will explain what they are, and I will talk to her about Kira Irvath being slayed by a dragon.
Damn, man. She says... She kind of looks at it, you tell her everything, and, like, there is no, like, what? Like, she's kind of just, like, listens. And you can't really tell if she already knew or not, but she kind of there's no grand reaction at your telling of the story.
So, are you familiar with a group called the Chamber?
Yes, I am familiar.
Hmm.
You believe their involvement might be possible?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it is a
Not
possibility.
if it's not a reach, I would say. Not a reach at all. Were you hoping to hire House Fionn to search into the possibility of the Chamber's attack on the Golden Dragon?
How do I do that? Because, yeah.
Well, we'll just have to take that out of your allowance.
Very well.
I'll put together some numbers for you. It is, well, infiltrating a secret society of dragons requires no small amount of skill. So, I'll make you a quote.
This group does seem to be coming after the dragon-marked kind in general, based on this rhetoric.
Not coming after so much as, well, some of us most certainly. Others steering them towards fulfilling prophecies that satisfy their ends. I have no, if it's of any interest to you, there are many in House Fiolin who suspect that the Shadow Schism was a production of the Chamber, perhaps. Many wonder where the Knight of the Emerald Claw got their information from.
Don't like being manipulated from the outside like this, right? It's making me itch.
Oh, Viceroy Rowan.
I know I'm young.
It is the grand work of all to try and be the manipulator, not the manipulated, most certainly. But even for myself, one who has seen quite a few years, well, there's always a bigger fish.
So it would appear. All right, I wanted to put that forward. I don't think this is a matter for House Deneath.
I also, if I may say, don't think it's a matter for House Leora.
I agree. I agree a lot.
Maybe one day. But for right now, becoming a legally recognized dragon-marked house, making sure Ludwig and perhaps yourself and Lois are courting, these things are of immense relevance at the moment. But fear not. The time for dancing and schmoozing and all of that nonsense will be secondary to running a diplomatic empire, which I'm sure is on its way. So, especially with the ambitions that I've heard you all have, which I am very excited to get started.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to a long and healthy partnership. I don't like the idea of stripping the last part of me that existed with any connection to my family. But yeah,
it's not a position I have had to be in, so I cannot entirely relate.
But if there was a way to suppress the mark of making or get rid of it, I would.
I can't relate to having to leave behind a family. The closest I can come is to the events of the Shadow Schism, but that was not the same, not even close. What I can relate to is being a baroness. And by the looks of things, your viceroys are gearing up to elect you, which is within their power to do so. As a baroness, it does well that people cannot question your loyalty to the cause of Leora. And as painful as it would be, such a grand act would be evidence of your loyalty to their cause. Know that you stand with Leora if it was to come into conflict with Kenneth. If that is indeed true. If not,
It is.
I might reckon. Oh, then never mind. Well, such certainty speaks well of you.
Now, I don't know that anyone has come up with anything that's going to do such a thing.
Well, that sounds ridiculous. I mean, who would have the mad intelligence to make something like that happen?
I had an idea, and she goes to start talking about like the sciencey ideas. No, I got ideas, but I got nothing, and I'm pretty smart. So, more than likely, I will put myself up on the block.
Oh, it can be fun, Lady Rowan. Take it from me, as a baroness, you're going to have to take your fun where you can.
Very well. She will get up and go about her day.
Very well. Okay. We'll say that's been a long day. So we'll say evening has most certainly fallen over the dements of memory. Yeah.
So once Rowan's done with the Baroness, I would want to try to talk to her, if that's
Very well.
okay. There's nothing else anyone wants to do immediately.
Lois and Cross, was there something you two wanted to know?
Okay.
Okay.
Once she's back in her room, I'll kind of knock on the door and ask if we could talk.
Yeah, we can say that you were waiting up for Rowan, and yep, stepped out to see the Viceroy.
So it go well?
It wasn't anything all that interesting. I wanted to try to kind of get her up to speed with what we know about the investigation, because we haven't necessarily done that. And I wanted to talk a little bit about, anyway, that is not why you're here. What can I help you with?
Want to walk and talk?
Yeah, let's walk and talk.
Yeah, let's go out to the gardens. It's bright and easy. Evening, it's nice.
What we fancy folk do, we walk
Exactly.
in the gardens.
Walk and talk, exactly. It's you decide what you want to do about the courting season. I will take this burden up upon myself. I will be the one who, among the House of Leora, who will marry and have much and make love to my wife and have many children.
And
I will take up this terrible burden.
And for the sake of Leora, may you pleasure her well. Listen, it's.
I intend to.
And maybe that's just what you guys need to do. Maybe that's great, and I love that for you. I love that for you. I do.
Thank you. But if you want, Kenneth, do you think you've ever walked between you and me? It's a weird question, I know, but do you think it could have ever happened?
What?
Nothing. Never mind. Gift of gab. It's a dumb question. I real life Gift of Gab that fucking thing.
Yeah, it's like the worst thing she can say is no.
Because here's the
What?
thing. Because Carmen mentioned that, like, never mind.
No, I get it. You're both
listen.
you're both-
I didn't actually hear what he said until like it was like on delay. So I said what, and then I understood what he said, and I'm like, oh.
I
Dude,
mean
that's
that
so
purely
fucking
as like a.
funny.
Never mind the whole thing. Never mind. I say
It's
because like
good,
if she
it's
wasn't
fine,
Kenneth,
it's fine.
the Baroness would be hinting at why don't you two just like
Well,
and I
you know, honestly, that's kind of a, frankly, if I'm being honest, it's kind of a flaw on my part. Like she probably most certainly would have been like,
if only she
hey,
wasn't Kenneth, she would.
maybe she just isn't going to take that up in front of Cross and Lois. Maybe she's planning another meeting later on.
Yeah,
but
maybe. Who knows? Anyway,
Who knows?
Gift of Gab that thing. Anyway, and by the way, I have a gift from back and forth. It's a gift from a friend of mine, and I produced the pamphlet about Moro and his teachings. You seemed intrigued by him. It helps. I know how strange my nation's old religion was to people on the outside. Maybe you can understand it better. Help you understand it a bit better.
Can I make a check? A connection
Sure.
between the now dead House of Vol and the connection between his
I'm
faith?
gonna say no.
Okay.
I'm gonna say no because House of Vol is kind of knowledge that you picked up through research, and it's not
Right.
very well known knowledge, and you're not a devotee of the blood of Vol, so I'm gonna say no.
Isn't that
Just
what he's
for-
handing me? But isn't that what he's handing me as a pamphlet
Yeah,
on
but
that?
if you well, the pamphlet isn't gonna
It's
talk
like-
about the House of Vol that was slaughtered by
Yeah, that's
dragons.
ancient. That's more ancient history. This is about like
that's deeper lore for sure. That's like deeper
It's-
lore of the religion than what's on the
Okay.
pamphlet.
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
I just figured the name is unusual enough to be in two
Yeah.
different sources.
Well, I guarantee you that missionaries of the Blood of Vol aren't putting on their pamphlets. The house is based on the religion's based on a house that was slaughtered. It's like, you know what I mean? It's not great promotional content.
Okay. All right. So I mean, she'll
Yeah, but you can learn
take
about it.
and, yeah.
it's as I said, my religion is a bit strange. My nation's old religion's a bit strange to outsiders, and this could help you understand it. Moro, he helped me in a very dark time of my life. If there's anyone I trust in Karnath as much as my family, it's him. And if there's anyone you need to trust over there who agrees with your ideas about the necessity of preventing another catastrophic event like the last war, it would be Moro. You can trust him.
Why? Why is it important to him?
Because he believes life is sacred. It's the most important thing in this world. And that he doesn't want to. And you would hate to see it break out again as much as anyone. And I can go in, and he can explain this better than I can, but it goes back to, do you know what the Blood of Volus believes?
Gotta be honest with you. I don't put much faith in faith.
And the gods?
I'm sure they're all very nice people who had very nice intentions a very long time ago.
Well, do you have faith in yourself? And me and Lois and House Leora?
Oh, I believe in dragons. And I believe in the houses. And I absolutely believe in House Leora.
Um,
But God, I mean, I'm sure, but I don't think they
Well-
really give two shits about what we're doing.
Well, don't worry. The House of Hell doesn't consider itself much with the gods. It
I'm
just
sorry, what?
the House of the Blood of Vol doesn't consider itself much with gods. Faith in the gods. It's more about having faith in yourself and others, if that makes any sense.
So how do you get from that to and she's got where are you guys? Are you like in her quarters?
I guess we went out to the garden. I
Oh,
guess
you went out to the quarters.
Whichever.
How
Pick one.
how is there that, but then also everything in the blackmail? Because like if I was just reading all of Mordoc's documents, I might think that Karnath had a necromancy problem.
Outsiders might think it's. I can see why an outsider would think that. I say that with respect.
To be clear, I am only basing this off of what was in Mordoc's safe, right?
Is that a DM question or?
No, I'm saying that to you, like that's.
Okay.
I am basing this off of a very specific set of data. I'm not judging it, but I don't understand it.
The Blood of Vol believes that that we are there's this thing called the divinity within. That what makes us us. If there are gods, it is our equivalent to it. Imagine it as a great spark, giving what makes mortals special, what lets you tinker, what lets Lewis write, what lets me fight. Others perform magic even. And once someone dies, they go to Leora, and that spark is gone. And what's left is nothing but a husk. And in the Blood of Vol's eyes, and I am simplifying things here, it's not an offense to the dead soul to use it. If someone leaves town, the community needs to use a house for a poor family. They are able to use the house. Like, it's the same logic if you can follow it.
That is the thing. Is that except in, I would imagine, very, very specific circumstances. The house was never alive. It was never breathing. It was never interacting with people. It did not have a history. And
True.
I'm not here to judge, but I can see where that would create a lot of difficulties, like the ones we see in the blackmail documents. Because what I'm seeing is a whole lot of people who were actually alive, who were then traded into this. So that's a problem, right?
Yes, it is. It is. Yes, it's.
I don't know your faith, and I am not here to speak on it, right? But I do have to be able to connect that door being open and this thing happening, and that's actual living people who are not empty houses, right?
I know, and they're not, and it's shameful that it does happen. I know.
I will read this. And Morrow seemed like a very genuinely decent individual. But if you want to know my reservations, understand that it is not because it is some offense against the sovereign host. I am sure that if they are as mighty as everyone says they are quite capable of defending themselves against whatever offense it is. Right? Is that it's detecting actual alive people.
Thank you, and thank you for reading it. There are others like Moro. It's not just murdering necromancers, but not all the emerald claw, for the love of Eberron.
I will be careful in my study of your faith, Ludwig.
Thank you. You can also, I'm also curious what you think of the Mordok's diary. You get to know a man quite a bit. I think I understand the man quite a bit more after reading that.
I have some reading to do over the next couple of nights.
And one last thing. Your defender, Lena. What, like, you? Would you say you're friends with her?
Yeah. Yeah, I would.
There anything she likes? Hobbies at all?
Clearly, I need to spend some more time with her.
Well, I'll have to. Oh, very well. I've just thought of something I want to do for the defenders. They've done so much for us, and well, I want to do something for them a little bit.
We can talk about that later. I clearly need to spend a little time with her. Thank you for bringing that up.
No problem. Have a very good night, future Baroness de Leora.
Thank you.
Thank you. And before I go to bed, Ryan?
Yes.
I'm just gonna take Soren aside and tell him, and I'm somewhat coldly tell him this: Soren, don't talk about my family. Not without my permission.
I apologize.
If there's, I know, but there's one rule about me that's I want you to abide almost as much as anything. That is one of them.
I, again, apologize. It won't happen again.
All right.
I merely wished to illustrate the sacrifice that you had made that seemed to have been... It felt like it was being not given the deference it required in the moment.
I'll give deference to my own sacrifices, and I will gladly do them. And if I need your help, I will ask. Thank you for wanting to aid me, but my family is a sore subject. I ask you to not bring it up unless I explicitly ask you.
Then I will not speak of the Dragos ever again, unless told.
Thank you. And I give him a pat on the back, like, it's okay. Thank you. We're just making a boundary clear, you know?
Yeah. And he nods, and he's military, man. Like he takes no offense. He acknowledges that he stepped out of line, and you get no sense that he's pissed or angry with you.
And Ludwig went into military mode, like, you will not do that again.
Yeah, and he understood that yours, like, in a very military fashion, was very much like, absolutely, won't happen again, and you believe him.
That, in fact, my family's a sore subject. I might explain to you more one day, but
it is not required, Viceroy, if you do not wish to. It was not my place. It will not happen again. No explanation.
Thank you. And I'll go head off to bed.
Fantastic. And so you do. And the next morning comes, and we can gloss certain things, you know, again, like I said, like a lot of this upper echelon stuff is like paperwork and logistics and like meeting the servants and sitting and wait. So we can skip things. So Lois, coming around to you, you have some errands to run. Why don't we just pop through those if you wish?
Fantastic.
Cool.
Is a quick trip to House Jarosco. A very short note to Elizabeth. I, for one, would certainly appreciate a chance to talk to you, and having an initial sample of of your elixir would be fantastic. Please feel free to contact us at a time that's convenient to you.
Okay, very well. You do so.
And the second stop is to file that court brief with the Court of Andair.
Absolutely. Magnificent. You file with the Court of Andair. You give the message to Civis. They're like, yeah, come back in a little bit. We'll process this because your house Civis. They're gonna put you at the front of the line, so it won't take days. It'll come pretty quickly. But you drop off your document with, you file your document with them. They tell you that they're going to get it in front of a Ondarian judge, basically. And they will have your. I admit, I hope I'm not. I need to brush up on my legal stuff. Maybe I need to watch some seasons of Suits. But I will say for now they're going to put it in front of a judge, and they are going to see. And they're going to get back to you with the results. But you'll probably be called in to speak on them.
Answer some questions and yada yada yada.
Yeah. The officials. So basically, you drop off one, you drop off the other, go back to the first one, which should be done by now, and it is. In a very like, thanks for coming in. This is a formality. Just out of pure interest, I'm going to roll a dice. No issues. They bring you in. I will say, Lois, you've got that instinct, like you got that reporter instinct. You kind of know when there's a feeling in the room. These people who don't know you, these aren't your normal crowd because big house. There is like an air of tension about this. Like there's sort of like fake smiles around you a little bit, and it's the weirdest you felt around in a Civis enclave. But you're in the enclave, and they ask you to do they take you through a series of very rudimentary tests. Little detect magic here, some questions there. It does take about an hour. They ask you to display your power on a test subject. They ask you to explain what's going to happen if you know beforehand. You do it. They see the demonstration. They take their notes. They give you a piece of paper that gives you a stamp of approval as before the neutral witness of House Civis. This is an authentic mark. And they give you the stamp of approval. So that's complete, done. There is a really weird, almost competitive, like we didn't really want to give you the yes tension for some reason. And then you head back. You do go sit before. This is actually going to be funny because this is a character that Lois doesn't know and has never met, but you are going to go before an Ondarian judge, and standing in opposition to you, representing House Cannith, is Rowan's lawyer, Alaric Voss, who you guys haven't seen since the first couple sessions, who used to be. He's the lawyer in charge of the office of the House Cannith, Lord Seneschal of Andair. So he represents in sort of opposition to you. I want to play this out. I suck at legals. So let's see here. So you come in before this judge. Let's give this judge a name. He deserves a name.
Bob.
It's me, Judge Bob, from the cookout. Site apparently is not secure. Oh, hang on a second. Eberron names. There we go. Okay, what we got here? This is Judge Ostrin. He is a dark-skinned, older half-elf with graying hair. The honorable judge. Just take note while I do all this, so I don't forget my judges. Where were you? There you are. Ostrom. So you both stand. And hey, Lois, this is like your first legal proceed. This is your first legal you versus him proceeding, which is kind of cool. So the judge sits down, and he goes, so I am led to believe that you are wishing to require that House Cannith, with some discretion, examines your client for reparations of damages done during the last war.
No reparations are truly necessary. My client is after identification of himself and siblings, so that he may appropriately claim any open and vacated title as an orphan to the last war and the mourning.
I see. It is in an unusual manner that you frame your proposal, but he sort of taps the sheet and he goes, but you have been thorough in your referencing of the Court Edicts and the Treaty of Thronehold. I expect the opposition has read the copy of the proposal, yes? And Alaric Voss says, yes, Your Honor, of course. We have read the proposal, and frankly, House Cannith has no objections to the contrary. As you can imagine, it is to our interest also to understand the creations of our house, individuals or otherwise. So we are most happy to perform this examination. I do believe that there was something in here about discretion, if I'm not mistaken. I would request that the defendant clarify as to the purpose of this discretionary portion of the proposal.
Any identification of an individual is going to require a physical in-depth knowledge of my client, and that is highly personal and highly volatile information. He is requesting that the results from the investigation and inspection be cleared to his purview, and whatever the court deems necessary to satisfy what any other orphan would need to establish their heredity to a title. That would be part of the public domain, but no secondary private copies unless at some point in the future Viceroy Cross were to decide to do so.
Judge Ostrom says, well, the defendant makes an excellent case, Mr. Voss. The Treaty of Thronehold recognizes Warforged as sentient beings, and they can be orphaned just as anyone. It may, admittedly, it's strange, perhaps, but it is a valid concern. They possess no parentage as the creation forge's destructions, and they are entitled to their private personal privacy. And Alaric Voss says, I make no opposition. I simply wished for clarity, as there are matters in this proposal that are slightly new, especially concerning recent legalities regarding the Warforged. They've only been considered sentient and legal individuals for 2 years. Simply wishes for clarification. That'll be all, Judge. And the judge says, so House Kenneth will submit to the requested inspection of the defendant Cross. He says, most certainly. So long as House Kenneth may select the individual to do the inspection, with, of course, the acknowledgement that the defendant may, of course, decline that individual and request another inspector, should he wish. And the judge says, does that suit you?
I don't believe my oh dear God, my head just had a brain fart.
Client.
I don't believe my client will have any problem with those stipulations.
Very well, then I rule that House Kenneth is subject to perform this examination of the defendant Cross, that the information of said examination is to remain private and confidential until such a time as the defendant Cross wishes to release that information of his own free will. And House Kenneth may select an inspector of their choice, which the defendant Cross may request a new inspector, should he be dissatisfied with the quality of inspector that House Kenneth brings forth. And he will bang his gavel, and so it shall be. And
Lois will walk over and extend her hand to Mr. Voss and say, "It's a pleasure, sir."
He will shake your hand and say, Lois de Leora, in order to meet you, I have had dealings with your house, members of your house before. May I say I'm impressed with your acumen. Your proposal was quite bulletproof.
I endeavor to be thorough. My client deserved nothing less.
I can see that. Well, I will be following the progress of your career with great interest, especially if you intend to remain in Fairhaven. Well, I have another client who needs some assistance, but it was interesting to meet you, Viceroy.
Likewise. Thank you.
And he will skitter out, as he is a busy man, and take inspiration. You won your first case, Lois. Grouse, we got bad news. We lost. They're taking you away.
They're gonna take me apart.
They're gonna take you. They're taking you for parts. No, all right.
They're taking you to the glue factory.
They're taking you to the
Whatever the water equivalent of the glue factory is.
I'll say Alaric Voss also said that he would, meet up the details with you, Lois, if to do so, unless you needed time to consult.
By all means. Once House Kenneth has selected their inspector, please provide me with some idea of the duration, how long it will take, and some proposed times, and I will take them to my client, and we will schedule an appropriate appointment.
He will simply say, because I'm sure there will be an official document stating the results of the case. He says, simply take that to the House Kenneth Enclave, and I'm sure that there will be any number of individuals who will wish to inspect you, or someone who will be more than happy to select someone. So, by all means, just hop over there. No problem.
Thank you.
And he'll take off. And if we want to hop to that, Lois, you could find Cross today. Yeah, Cross, you're like coming online, waking up. Lois has already been out, winning cases and fighting battles on behalf of Leora. By all means, if you guys wanted to take that away.
How did
Good
it
morning.
go?
It went extremely well. We can present ourselves to the folks at House Kenneth. They will select a inspector to go through the physical inspection. You may feel free at any time to request a different inspector if you get any vibe or inclination that you are unhappy or unsatisfied. The results of this inspection will be made private only to you, with a small subsection of that being submitted as part of the public record just to establish your heredity, but nothing different than would be used for a human or elven or half-elven orphan in a very similar circumstance.
Very well. When is this inspection
At,
scheduled?
at your convenience.
Well, then get this out of the way sooner rather than later, I suppose, since I think I'm now the one delaying our validation as a house.
Do you want accompaniment?
I would actually appreciate some company, or at least a witness to what they do.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Unless you want somebody else to accompany you. That's also perfectly within your purview.
She'll already be coming along, but I think I would trust your discerning eye to, well, you've already been representing me on this matter already. You may as well see it through to the end.
As you wish. Happy to do so.
Hell yeah. All right. You guys head over there, and yeah, logistics. Oh, why are you here? Oh, because of that? Okay, great, sweet. And after a hot minute, you will be taken into like this is no doctor's office. You're not sat on the table in like a room or whatever. It's like you're brought into like someone's workshop. And they're like, "Oh, we'll be right with you." It's a little bit like a doctor's in general structure. There's a desk, which is more like a workbench, and there's a couple chairs around the room. Little things that require repair around the room. This person has their own office, so they're probably pretty good. And I will make their let's not. This is okay. I'm going to make handouts for people later. This isn't my computer. But this man walks in. He is he's Asian. He has like a little bit of facial hair. He's got like a thick chin and like a little bit of whiskers off the side of his lip. An older gentleman, salt and pepper, black hair, starting to get some gray. He's got lots of lines across his face. His mark is like right at the side of his face. It kind of stretches out like so, almost looking like some kind of tool meant for inspecting with the eye. The way that it's shaped on his face. He has no sign of injury. You expect this man has not seen battle nor war. He isn't in poor shape, but he also doesn't have the marks of someone who's in warrior shape or ever was. Not frail, but not impressive. And definitely an older gentleman with sort of deep brown eyes, a bit of an intense look to him. He comes in. Oh, shit, names. He says, "Hello, welcome. This is a little bit unusual, isn't it?" Sort of looking over the paper, he goes, "Yes, you're wishing for an inspection
Yes.
for your for specifically to see if there could be. Yes, you've taken some damage, haven't you? To see if there can be some sign of which creation forge you were made from. Yes."
That's
Yes.
the general idea, yes.
Very well. All right, very well, very well. I'm Reng Digicaneth, Lord Reng Digicaneth, if you care to know.
Pleasure to meet you, Lord DeKenneth.
All right. I admit I had to go digging for some tools. It hasn't been some time But yes, all right, very well. If you'd sit on the workbench, please. He gets out a box of very specialized tools. Considering the amount of damage you have and considering that it's never been repaired, I imagine this is the first time you're seeing tools like this, Cross.
I would maybe I guess I'm trying to think of when Cross was taken by Karnath. Like, if they didn't use Warforged, they wouldn't have similar tools. They would have just kind of used what they had, I guess, when they took them apart.
Were you taken apart, or did they just remove your armor and kind of show off where to hit, as opposed to
I think initially I imagine there were attempts to repair him, only for the new pieces to wither and die.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
And then
so that's the key.
When it became apparent this Warforged is defective and can't be fixed, they're just stick him in the training yard.
Got it. So if that's the case, then you've definitely seen these parts before.
Yeah.
Maybe a little shiver runs down your circuits or your wood or whatever. You're not wearing armor, right? You don't have armor?
No, I don't. No.
He says, "Please take off your coat."
Yeah. Cross obliges.
It's all right. He kind of sits before you. He's got goggles on with the little, multiple eye thing. He says, normally we could get the mark from the forehead, but clearly that is damaged. Clearly beyond repair to get anything out of. But the good news is that there are additional serial numbers on different parts on your internals that we might be able to inspect and, do it'll require a little logistical trickery, but if we get some serial numbers off your parts, we might be able to factor in certain.
For
anyway.
Sake of Lois, because they're witnessing it, a fully just stripped down Cross, it is literally as if half of their body just got hit by a nuclear blast. So there's intense scorch marks, but the metal is crumpled and sort of misshapen, and there's while it still has full, all limbs attached, the upper left torso all the way down to the leg, metal just curling, and internals are free to be seen. It's a wonder that he's still standing at all.
I've seen Cross upset once before. When he starts to get all steamy faced.
Oh yeah, the mist is pouring out.
If I see that aggregate up, Lois will ask, "Would you like me to calm you?"
I will give the signal if my irritation reaches a point that is unbearable.
You see the guy doesn't have you see the guy's kind of trying to have bedside manner, but he's also an artificer, so this isn't really he's no doctor, right? So he kind of got the tools. He kind of waits for that interaction, and once he sees the interactions, then he's okay, and he kind of just starts going to work. It's he's certainly not coddling you, but he's not being unintentionally callous or rough by any means, but he is just kind of going to work. He did and as this is happening, of course it's deeply invasive as he starts to take parts off. He doesn't explain the process. You'll just find maybe at one point because they're this is pretty gruesome. At least the parts that he's using for you, because as a warforged, you're built of metal, rubber, and wood. So just as so, he has tools built for pushing apart, removing rubber, metal, and wood. So he's got a crowbar, and he's got wrenches, and he's got pretty heavy duty pieces of tools. Anything that's heavy duty to get big parts out of the way, hammers, mallets, all the way down to tiny little specialized screwdrivers and like pincers and such. And you can feel like it's your debate if
Yeah.
your particular brand of Warforge feels pain, but there is a moving of internal pieces like away here and there as he's trying to get to those like deep internal pieces.
There's certainly like Cross feels it, like absolutely feels like every piece that gets taken off, and it's kind of there's definitely discomfort, pain, maybe, but then that's like new territory for Warforged in general. So like Cross is like obviously Cross can like hasn't much breadth of expression, but Cross's eyes like flash with each piece that kind of like gets removed, and like each piece gets removed reveals like more mist, like areas of mist starts leaking out.
There's points where he says, do you have any control over the mist that is emerging? It is obscuring my vision of work.
There is some emotional component to it, but I think you'll find that the base alchemical fluid that serves as my blood has since been replaced by that.
Huh. Interesting. Well, try to remain calm. The more emotional you are, then the more difficult this is going to be. So please try and remain calm while I inspect you.
Like crosses like a vice grip on like the edge of the kitchen table. Just like it's one
Yeah,
hand.
there's definitely there's definitely an a significant amount of empathy missing in this process. It's not like cruelty by any measure, but it's sort of that like nurse or doctor or whatever who's just done this 100 times and it's like yeah, or like the dentist who's like remain calm, like we're almost done. You know what I mean?
Cast your spell, Lois, otherwise I'm going to obscure the whole room.
To facilitate, Lois will take a moment, will cast Unseen Servant, and will take a hunk of paper, hunk of parchment, and just have it fan where he's working to to dissipate the material, so his working space is as littly as with a little obscurement as possible.
Thank you. Excellent. Very helpful. And he continues onward.
Lois, do you mind if I just try to distract myself from this whole
By all means, Cross.
Last time I had someone rooting around inside me was, well, not long after I woke up after the morning.
I would imagine that was significantly unpleasant.
It was, although I was found by the Carnathis. They must have been delighted to find a piece of technology from their enemies washing up on their shores.
I'm sure. And I'm equally sure that I would like to replace the word unpleasant with the word horrific.
Well, they took me apart, like you see now. They tried to repair me, in fact, but whatever the morning had done to me, I lost the Warforged ability to assimilate new metal. It all just withers now. But my original metal still persists. By all accounts, I shouldn't really even function. And yet, I still continue to persist. But as far as the Carnathis were concerned, I was a defective piece of junk. And so they had me posted up in the Reckonmark training yard. Since my internals were on full display, what better tool to use to teach their new recruits the best way to kill us?
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I would be willing to bet that half of the training manuals that the various army sergeants use for where to hit opponents were probably written by House Jarosco. So us fleshy people behave exactly the same way to other fleshy people. You were not treated any differently.
Oh,
Other
come
than
on.
you weren't treated as a as a war prisoner, which is unconscionable. But there's nothing I can do about that yet.
And they weren't hitting me with their wooden swords or whatever other weapons they were training with. Yeah, well, I used to wonder if anyone was looking for me. I knew that was a soldier. I knew I was owned by someone. And that surely that someone would be looking for me. I assumed or thought that perhaps that when folk lost something that was theirs, they would try their best to take it back. But 2 years passed and no one came.
I think that you're absolutely right, but given the timing, it could have been someone from Siri, and they perished in the morning, fully and completely.
There's something in my heart, well, what I have for a heart, makes me think maybe differently. Why would...
Huh?
Well, if you had an army, or you possessed a squad of constructs that you could order around to fight your battles for you, why would you ever even go near the battlefield yourself? That's what we were made for, to fight your battles for you.
Well,
all right, just about done. I don't want to get in the way of this, though. It sounds really deep.
Wow.
Any luck? I'd love to hear your findings.
He takes out a big, slightly oil-stained book that is sort of like bound by like not proper binding. It's clearly some kind of like rectory of some kind. He kind of puts it down. He kind of flips through and kind of like licks his finger and swips through some pages, runs his finger down. It's okay. Let's see here. Okay. Yes. You are certainly one of our creation forges. Certainly Kenneth built. Flips through. He says it was a Siren one. It was commissioned in Siri. Where have I seen this serial number before? Sorry, one moment. So this is admittedly a little unusual. He like flips quite through the rectory to like another like about 2/3 through the rectory to like the back. Makes a couple more flips. He goes, all right, let's see here. Holy shit. Okay, right? He looks at the piece of paper. Oh, that's what I got. Huh. Kind of pulls up his little eyeglass and goes, very interesting. Do you know what the Genesis Forge Forges, by chance?
Do I?
Make a history check.
Oh no, I'm not good at those. But maybe no, nah, four. I have not.
It's-
First time I'm hearing of these.
I'll try it if I'm allowed. I do have proficiency in history.
Uh, Unfortunately, I'm not going to give it to you just because this is a
That-
Warforged Canna thing. He says, well, there are creation forges, and you know what those are. They produce Warforged. After the creation forges were created and they were of such substantial success, Kenneth made Siren Kenneth made one and one only Genesis Forge, which was in essence the same thing as a creation forge, but it was vastly larger than a conventional creation forge. It was much like a fortress. The palace here, Fairhaven, about that size. I saw it myself when I was in my younger years during the war. It was probably one of the greatest creations that House Kenneth ever created, and it was largely used to mass produce goods, tools, weapons, armors, other, well, more larger, unique creations of House Kenneth, but very occasionally it was used to mass produce Warforged. I think it was, but very rarely used to make Warforges such as yourself. So I suppose you could count yourself among one of the more unique Warforges as far as your origins go. Unfortunately, it was destroyed in the morning. Remains lost somewhere in the Mornland. Yes, quite a setback for House Kenneth having lost it. So count yourself lucky, I suppose. I mean, not just any Warforge is made from the Genesis Forge.
Are there other, well, I kind of, as you say, I'm not the only Warforged made from this Genesis Forge. Are there others?
It's possible. I mean, I'd have to, this book here, and he pats the book. He says it just has different serial numbers that relate to different creation forges, and have a list of every Warforge ever created. I'm pretty sure those records were destroyed when the morning happened and House Kenneth's ancestral home was destroyed. So if those records exist, they're lost somewhere deep in the Mournlands, or most probably destroyed. But I could say this: not many were created there. Not many just standardized Warforges. It was probably more used, like I said, to mass produce. It also had the power to create magic items about 4 times faster than ordinary craftsmen at about half the material cost. It was one of the greatest creations House Kenneth ever produced. But anyway, so you were created in the Genesis Forge. I could give you you wanted this for genealogy? I could create you some here. And he spends a couple minutes basically writing down various pieces of information, which is hieroglyphs. It's just like a list of serial numbers from you and from the Genesis Forge, and basically signing it off and stamping it with he like scrambles through his desk and various tools and like finds a signet ring and like blows some like solder dust off of it and like does the wax seal thing like he looks like it's doing it for the first time in maybe years, and then kind of rolls it up and hands it to you. Says, this should be
when he's doing that and is over the book, I want to step up next to him and I want to ask him about the entry, about how he can tell that it came from the creation forge. My goal is I want him to point at the entry and kind of tell me how he knows, but I am going to memorize both pages that he has open.
Fair enough. And essentially the book that he has open, it says like model number, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Many numbers. It does have like a list of parts, which again are just seem like a random scrambling of words, like someone opening the Grey's Anatomy book for the first time, and it's like, what is this?
Oh, yeah.
Artery. And then a list of, again, serial numbers beside like various parts. This is a very long 2 pages of just like serial numbers, and then you expect it continues on, but this is probably the most difficult you've ever used your memory, as it's just like scrambling of numbers, but you do. And he sort of like goes, sure, I looked, and then starts giving you that like nonsense talk of like, I went next to his interior vascular plating and opened up the inside of the wood coating and just like I don't know what the fuck you're saying, but you get the memory of that.
I don't suppose that a book of yours would tell me who I once belonged to.
No, this is just sort of like a backup registry of serial numbers for different parts in case your situation occurs and we need to cross-reference and so on and so on and so on. But no, this is just serial numbers.
But he had to just take a wild guess if, since Warforged wasn't really the primary creation from the Genesis Forge, well, what kind of person would purchase Warforged from the Genesis Forge?
He kind of leans back. He says, well, the Genesis Forge is, I think its main, what it did that made it special is that it could mass produce at an incredibly efficient rate mundane and magical items. If you ask me, someone probably put in a rush order for a great number of Warforged, and they probably just produced I don't know how to call it, I don't want to say a batch, that seems wrong, but a number, maybe a battalion of Warforged all at once to be used quickly for some purpose. It seems almost like if you ask me, that would be sort of almost like a rush job, like, I don't know, mass-produced Warforged. It's like someone wants to get them out there quick. I don't know.
Well,
I'm a builder. I don't know. But all I could say is that the reason someone would use the Genesis Forge is because there's probably a rush order on a great number of them, and that's what I got for you.
No, that's actually very helpful. Thank you.
Does your book give an idea about a creation date, or kind of a window where that inception would have perhaps taken place?
Give a little check for him. No, I'm sorry. I can I've got the serial numbers now, so I can. He waves your legal document around. He says, "I guess I could keep looking into it and seeing if I could find any records in the basements of any enclaves in Corvair. But like I said, the primary records were lost to the Mornlands. There might be something."
Just on the table asking, just because I swear I heard you, did he say that Frost was Siren, or like I recall
Yes.
Siren being said? Okay, cool.
Yes, he said, without a doubt, the Genesis Forge was in Syria. So you are most certainly were born in the nation of Syria, and I would be surprised if you didn't serve in their military.
Well, Zorga will be thrilled.
That's what I got for you now, but like I said, if you want me to keep looking.
Was there anything else, Cross?
No, I'm more than satisfied.
Well, thank you, Lord Kenneth. We appreciate your time and thoroughness. You have provided answers that heretofore were not available.
Well, glad I can help. Gotta know where you came from, I guess. Very well. If you excuse me, take your time, whatever. He just kind of walks out. And with that, as we wrap up the session, we didn't really get a lot of Ludwig or Rowan in today, so I want to give you guys that next session. But we will end the session there. I do want to start moving towards, just so you know what my plan is above the table, I want to start moving into that. Now that we have all of our wonderful records, you guys are going to go meet the 12. Because you've got your proposal, you've got your things, and I think if you hand that in, the Baroness will say, well, everything's taken care of. Next stop is the 12 in Korth.
And good reason for us to be in Korth.
Indeed. And more still, I suppose we're buying you, Lois and Rowan, some time to decide, because I believe, Viceroy, that is where your marriage broker is. And you two can take some time to decide. I am a busy person. Since it's the 12, I don't think it'll be looked upon too terribly if I'm in Korth by House Thrani, since it's official business and all. I will be going with you, with quite a few number of our own house lawyers, just in case. And we will be utilizing a teleportation circle to do so, to be done by tomorrow. So no need to worry about the train ride.
Oh,
That is magnificent. I'm not gonna lie.
Tomorrow. Nothing. I was hoping to do a couple things before we leave back to Korth, but
most certainly, me as well. So we will go, and I'm going to have this all submitted tonight, and we will go have our meeting perhaps tomorrow. So please resolve what you need in Fairhaven. We will return shortly thereafter. And once again, Lady Rowan, Viceroy Rowan, Viceroy Lois, still getting used to it, my apologies. If there was ever the time to make a decision regarding the courting season, now would be the time, considering we're going to be in town for the head office of Shielded Hearts for our wonderful Viceroy Ludwig. So, take your day, decide. We will go visit the 12 tomorrow. And when we come back next session, Ludwig and Rowan, we're going to give you your space to get some stuff done today. Lois and Cross, if there's anything you need to do before heading to Korth to meet the 12, fantastic. And with that, you got your paperwork done, and we're going to see about taking the next step to you guys becoming an official house and possibly entering the season. So we're going to really, I think the ball is going to start rolling next session. We're going to get out of the paperwork and logistics and get into some events. It's going to be good.
Can I make
awesome.
one comment, just because I don't want to forget? It's a reaction if anyone happens to notice. Rowan looks like haunted sad. Like the idea of courting season and getting married, like it's it looks like it's almost like she's after everything you've seen, like that she's faced with a certain amount of strength. This looks like the thing that's going to break her.
Yep. You can always say no.
Well,
No, she can't. Not really.
I mean, you can.
You can, but right.
I mean, your house isn't exactly in the position to be having spinsters around.
Yeah. It's like.
Well, yeah, it's like one thing in House Kenneth if your kid's like, oh no, I want to be a spinster. I just want to live my life. I just want to do the business. It's like, okay, that's going to be a little weird in society. I mean, like, God, if you want to, it's not really what we do. For a house that has 4 members,
Cool.
Remember, Rowan's the first session was a date.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
it was
that's right.
it was an arranged like
Dates.
Killian was trying to set you up with a husband.
yeah. That's why she got
There's-
the tour of the ship.
Question, like, side point: does Rowan like man? Or will that be found out later?
I don't know if that matters.
Well, oh, I see.
Doesn't like men, doesn't want to have kids.
Oh,
But also that's why she was looking at the possibility of surrogacy. But yeah, also there's 4
You
of
didn't
us.
think I was going to let you off the hook that easy with surrogacy?
I was trying. She's an
I know
artificer.
you
Come
were.
on, that's in her wheelhouse.
you tried to invent. You can't invent your way out of this one,
I
Rowan.
don't think artificial insemination is quite been discovered.
But she could discover it because she does not want to have sex with a man.
You
Or
must
male.
remember, my friend,
You-
that this place is magically advanced, not
I know.
Medically or
Bro.
mechanically advanced.
Like
Right.
they're like
The answer is simulacrum.
Just whip up a 9th level or whatever it is.
you
8th
can
level
like
flag.
But no,
Rowan,
but
Rowan could call in.
but yeah, that's
Here's the
Rowan's
thing.
gonna have this conversation with Lois, I think, because I'm about to hyperventilate at the thought. That's part. Yeah, that's.
Rowan, like if you're having trouble imagining trying to deal with doing if she's having trouble, Rowan has having trouble dealing with a guy. Like maybe she could bring another lady she likes to help. I guess like to help. Like I don't know.
No, there's
I mean, like,
there's
I mean,
there
she
there are
cannot be.
two there are 2 simple things that are much lower level than 9th level to get the job done. One is dominate person,
whoa,
and the other is memory manipulation.
No,
Oh,
no,
no.
You dominate, and then you remove the memory. Done.
Well, I
No.
mean, Rowan, in the reverse, like you could
Rowan-
just like experience the apparent trauma of intercourse.
Or polymorph, you know?
And then
Polly, what the?
whoo, polymorph, what the fuck?
But no, but like.
You're trying to not make a cursed baby and then you're polymorphing?
No, okay, no, not
But
alter
modify-
self. Alter self, I think, is what you're thinking, because you can actually go from humanoid to humanoid. But
But Rowan, but Lois does make a good. But Eric does make a good
changeling.
point.
Oh,
If she does, like
Actually,
Rowan, if it's
I mean,
only if
we
you
have.
do it, it's the shadow.
It's a fair above table though. He does have a mark.
He secretly, he does.
He
we don't know
secretly
yet.
has a mark,
He
and
could ask
he
him.
is very skilled at
Like,
manipulating his body
well,
to
who's
be.
this good-looking
kinda just what
stranger
we
who
need.
comes in, who's suddenly into Rowan?
You know.
I guess he could,
He
Carmen. He could solve your
very
problem.
well appear a man, or appear a woman, and then have the right equipment.
Then her and plus, like think about Carmen. A house of changelings.
Wheels.
That's dangerous. That's powerful. Like, but
That's-
also if Rowan is really against it, like Eric said, if you just do it within 10 minutes, you could probably someone who could do it within 10 minutes. You could you could just
There's
modify
no-
memory to make you forget about the whole thing, Rowan. Make you forget the whole ugly
Listen,
process.
in the truth of the matter is that in real life, in real
Well,
monarchies, this
Yeah.
was a thing
yeah.
where
yeah.
where
Oh,
where
absolutely.
you had to do your duty. Now, that's not to say that there weren't other arrangements that were on the
Yeah.
side and
Yeah, you could do.
sometimes different levels of quiet or not quiet, but your duty still had to be done.
Yeah.
And you, if you know Rowan's history,
Yeah,
you know why that is
yeah, it's rough for her.
particularly
It's rough.
traumatic.
Yeah, it's rough for her. It's gonna be really tough.
Well, and that's the point, is you guys are all in a position of immense responsibility to get this house rolling, right?
Yeah.
I gotta go, so thanks for the game.
Yeah.
See you
Yeah.
Have a
tomorrow.
good night.
Bye.
Bye. I will say, Ludwig was a little taken aback by how much